Greetings. What up? What up, what up, what up? Let's go with this. Some grinding last night. I did another 4 hours, I think. Up to 588 tennis now. We're getting our rift bosses reset today, I'm pretty sure. I gotta, whatever I'm doing, I gotta stop what I'm doing, kill them as soon as they spawn. Hoping they spawn while I'm doing my energy burn, because then I won't have to disrupt my grind. Alright. 2 of these. 4 of these. One there, one there. 2 ancient. That is it. Oh wait, these are yellow ones. We have 1. How many? Okay. I think the one pay to win thing that'd be very nice to have right now would be the Agris outfit. I can do these interactions within like 1.5 seconds, or 3.5. What up, fuck? Doing? What up, Lacquer? What up, what up? Wait, hold on. I have a lot of ancient mushrooms ready for Elixir of Death when I hit Guru 1. Not too many. Chat, I've been awake for about 20 minutes. Just a heads up. I woke up, brushed my teeth and everything, made a cup of tea, and then came up. Okay. Alright, so I have one Amanita, right? Seven, 9, 11. Right, so I just put one back again. Seven, 9. So get rid of this, get rid of one of these. There we go. Actually, no, what we're doing. We're doing that. Imagine not being a cadre. I know, right? I need to check the marketplace prices actually since I got up. How's everything looking? The cadres are good. These are still going up. That's predicted. It was 32 yesterday at this price. Now it's only 18. So yeah, slowly but steadily going up. We got up to about 18, I think. That's cup market looking. Ooh. We'll be all 3 cups up. This might take another week or so to cap out. Depends on how these are doing. Yeah, the availability of yellow is the thing. They're going down even more. What is the min price for these, dude? They must be like 4 mil or something. Over next, still capped. And concentrated. Ooh, getting there. Mine are here. That 1,000 there, that's me. They're getting there. And how's Caphras? Capped on this shit? Well, nearly. Nearly. Only 211,000 stock. That's 10 new players. No cap out on the academy hits. I'm banking on. Why people buy Splendid? Because they're stupid. It's a short answer. They don't do the math. They still see Splendid as this, like, impossible to obtain thing that's really difficult. That's just not what Splendid is anymore. Splendid is literally just do your rifts for 1 to 2 months and you'll have one. But yeah, a lot of people are dumb. Overpaying for something that's going to tank in a few weeks. They need it right now. I don't know. Dumb. You may say, yeah, but Grim, they're buying it so they can save all the tasks for Shining. Yeah, okay, but they could just wait a few weeks and get it for nothing and do the same thing. You're not losing out on taps waiting. You're just impatient. Paying stupid amounts of silver for no reason. So you have a little bit of attack cast speed for a few node walls. Okay. What's the for raiding? So short answer, people are dumb. Like Divio said, people with rock for brains. And I followed up with people with rock for brains getting rocks. It's true though. Why do you place the farm items in U shape? Because the center is the interaction of the farm, as you can see, this here. And you don't want to have that in the way when you're trying to interact with things. So I do 4, 4, and then 1 either side, so it's away from the middle. You can do 5 by, you can do a row of 5, but then you're putting pixels to place them. You're doing like this to get them in place, and I just can't be asked doing that. And you don't have to. I'll show you real quick. I need to plant instead of going, okay, right, like there, because he has to do it like that to get all 5 in 1 row, right? I just go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. See how much easier that is? Very quick. One more. Is he using special seeds instead of the magicals? Yeah, because I want more farming XP. Magicals would mean I only have 2 per plot, whereas if I use specials, I got 10 per plot. 10 per plot means I have 10 things I can prune. So I get more XP and I get more blush leaves. So more CP and more farm XP. If you want just the yield, then you just use magical, yeah? You barely have to do anything. Yeah, I found it's a lot more CP, especially if you're tending the farms. Pruning gives quite a bit. I did the whole set of pruning yesterday and I had 350 blush leaves from doing it. It's a lot. Alright, all done. What do you want the XP? Does it scale? Just in case they introduce farming mastery at some point. If they do, then farming levels are going to give you more mastery, right? All done. There we go. Fully fertilized. Yeah, as you can see, when you prune, you get a decent amount of blush leaves per one. So I'm getting like 4 or so per prune. And these mushrooms are in conditions that aren't ideal for them. So I get a lot of blight as well. Do it every 10 minutes, something like that, yeah. Depends on the tick rate on the service. If you're really min-maxing this shit, you'll note down when the tick rate is. And you'll swap between servers just as the tick rate's going through. So see that there? See how all these were like mostly good and a lot of them just went red? That was the tick. That was the server being like, okay, let's roll the chances on blight on all the farms. Another server might have its tick rate happen in the next like minute. So if I was min-maxing and I knew that, so I knew the time by noting it down, then I could swap to that server to get that tick as well. But that's if you're min-maxing. I'm not really worried about it. The annoying part is really hard to see which ones are blighted when they're barely grown, because you can't see the red bar very well. Okay, we don't need a lot of buffs for gathering. Yep. Gathering is very, very good. People sleep on it a lot. Alright, so there's one here. There it is. 20 proc on an imperfect. Damn. Alright, so one in this corner. Somewhere. There it is. And this truffle tree. Alright. Good, good. Now we switch our shit. I'm gathering. I use farming +4 silver embroidered farmer clothes for the XP because it's 25. It only costs like a bill. For all the shit in storage for the space. Every farm cycle I'm getting like 300, 200, 150-ish and 400 special ancients. The ancients you need the most of. You plan on doing guru boxes for the well, you shouldn't really plan for that, but if you're trying to get the title. Berry powder. Do one of these missions and then grind. He's on now. That puts me at 2055. We have the Guru buff, we have the Gathering XP buff, Treant's tier, and then I'm using 10 Mastery and I'm using Gathering Item Drop Rate. The buff you always want to be running is this one. So that is a Worker Elixir. Rough Labor one. That gives you 5% Gathering Item Drop Rate. My day box if I could cross overnight. Yeah. Go gear again? Yeah, there you go. That's all I have so far. Working on getting the Prions all try, so I'm doing the belt next. Once all these are try, I'm pretty much done. And then this will be Tet, and I'll get the Tet Logia ladle from the academy. Pretty much done? Pretty much, yeah. I'm saying more than Splendid Life, yeah. Is there any herbs you avoid together? Nah. That's too min-maxy for me on my taste. Why not go further? Not worth? Nah. There's diminishing returns on brackets value after 2k. It's about 50% diminishing return. And it just gets more and more expensive to keep pushing. Getting full try Prion is a sweet spot. If you were min-maxing your gathering, you wouldn't gather these nodes here. These ones here that look like ferns, you'd avoid those. They don't give you seeds. But again, it doesn't really matter. There's only like 6 of them in the whole rotation, so there's one here, look. Oh yeah, even though I don't min-max that much, it doesn't really matter. What determines the Prion prices? A marketplace, just like any item in the game. People. You're on about like the sell value, and just how much people buy and sell it. Like anything. Takes in rotation of 40 or something like that. But it doesn't really matter. Agris and Gathers, I forgot. No, not on this. If I was ever going to use Agris on Gathering, it'd be for sap. Agris just increases your base yield. You don't care about the base yield in Wild Hubs. You don't want more fire flakes and shit. The sap, the whole point of gathering sap is for the sap, see? And you do it on a sap that's annoying to get. Like, you wouldn't burn it on ash sap, for example. That's not that bad. A thuja, you got the fucking mountainside. Yeah, you do use it for that. Yeah, I'm over 2k unbuffed now, so I'm chilling. One gathering level away from passively being 2050 as well. I just need my gathering item drop rate artifacts. Oh. Oh, life XP. Fuck. It. What rank do you start getting mastery points? You get mastery points from the very start. You'll be beginner 1 to beginner 2 and you gain 10 mastery. And then after artisan you gain 5 mastery per level. And that goes all the way to Guru 50. Guru 44 is per sniper hunting and I have 770 without gear. Yeah, so you get 10 per level. Up to artisan 1 and then you get 5 per level after that. So my mastery on my gathering is 530 at master 26. No gear. A special thank you from JL to Guru 50. Hey, what in the game do you know what I would have done? You get Guru 50 on the life skill or you hit level 67 onwards, I'd give you pearls. I'd give you a challenge reward thing that gives you pearls. Like you hit level 67, it's 3,000 pearls. You Guru 50, it's 5,000 pearls. Yeah, gathering is super profitable, but you're limited by your energy amount. Like, again, if I had 100,000 energy potions share, I would burn them all. It's a matter of pre-orders filling. It doesn't take me long at all to burn my energy. With that mini game, I can do that super fast now. $15 last night? You son of a bitch, I haven't won any yet. The last like 4 nights, I haven't won anything. I'm beginning to think my potion pre-orders are bugged. Getting cucked. And the thing is, I looked on Garmouth, and it's like, yeah, 1,300 sold today. And I'm like, oh, that's great. Why didn't I get any then? Fuck. Is it my turn? was bad, man. Oh, droid. Novia, what rank chair we get? Manos or Creo? It's all Manos. You get a choice of try Manos of your choosing. So. Extremely carried last night? I saw in Discord, yeah. You got your pen disto and you what was the other thing? Oh, your neck. Charizard neck. Our clothes are choosing correct. Something like that. Got even more, you got even more grim? What? Did I miss something in Discord? I think that's all of it, right? Yeah, the neck and the... Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, you made a Pendebo neck. Turned it into a Charizard. Damn. Yeah, that's super fucking carried. Congrats. My level of carry? That is pretty fucked. Because bought a pen new to get the free hammers. Oh, I see. You used Nuva to bump up your sheet AP. You can get the yeah. You can get the challenge rewards ones. Fox on deck carrier is nice, so nice, yeah. Well, like I said last stream, with Charizards, you either get it within the first few taps or you pity it. For some reason, it just doesn't really go in between. Yeah, that's huge, right? That's a lot of AP. How do I determine what spot of gathering or other type of active life skilling I should go for if I'm mostly interested in just energy and accuracy burn for most silver gain in my account currently standing? Whether I try to think of doing gathering, I'm thinking of to craft something useful instead of pure silver. Well, you're looking at a gather type that is just pure silver. Wild herbs, I'm only really utilizing the wild grass rarely when I need pure powder or clear liquid. And if I'm making oils, I use the fruits. But if you don't need those things, you just sell everything. The gathering doesn't have to be like this elaborate construction of this goes into this and that is used. You can literally just gather and sell everything. Like gathering, especially wild herbs, is the simplistic life skill. You can't really go wrong with it. The only thing I will say is you want to turn the sharps into concentrates because it's a better conversion rate. And the dust into Caphras. That's really it. No, it's not. Like I said, it's the most simplistic life skill in the game. You just get it by the amount of energy you have. If you have a ton of energy, you can go crazy. And you also want to turn the fairy breath into sharps, not CP. Who cares about Charizard? So weapons is where you need your luck. Yeah, I mean, carried on weapon does save a few trillion, but if you're mid-game pushing for better spots, that Carousel is pretty fucking nice. The Biceptimus said it best, alright, when it comes to all the stuff I do. Just copy Grim. It's the simplest answer I can give. No matter what he's doing, if he's doing something it's really good, just copy Grim. Yeah, true. If Academy comes, I can start DSR. Huge. How's Kabua's doing? Actually, I'm actually favorite Kabua's. I don't really care about Comrades anymore. Kabua. Kabua. That. Oh, damn. God damn. It's nice to be a DSR enjoyer right now. Holy. It was up huge. Yeah, even the fragments are selling, right? You the 1.5.9? Yes, right. More supply and everything. Even the fragments are pretty big. Oh no, they went down a little bit. They're not a min though, they sell. That's a pretty nice conversion rate. If you got the low fragments to liquidate, that's a nice conversion right there. You just instead of selling your fragments, you just turn it into a Kabua and sell it. Make an extra few bill. Assuming you have 1,000 magical lodestone fragments lying around. There's new players, yeah. Absolutely. It's also everyone moving away from DSR. That's the point. So what's Hungers like then? Hungers are a good tell sign of how popular DSR is right now. There's only 1,000 pre-orders, 1,000 min list. Not that many. But there's a lot of people, that's usually like 3,000 to 4,000. But DSR pretty good. When I was grinding DSR, I was pulling nearly 40k trash. So let's see what Garmuth has to say. It's to do all the calculations for me. Global grind, let's go to DSR and let's bump the trash up. So 40,000 trash. Apparently it's 3.2 bill. With steel BMCs being put at... I should change steel BMCs to 6.6 actually. Because that's their real value. Yeah, as I said, 6.6. Anything else I need to change? No. Good. Oh, that looks good. So it's 3.251. That's really good considering it's considered a mid-tier grind now, or an early end game grind. Mining Realms Ulukita might have a small impact on people going there. I mean, it will help EU. It doesn't really affect NA though. EU benefits from that because they have a lot of people. On NA, doing Mining Realm would just be a detriment for no reason. And the reason why that is purely because if you get a tide and your time runs out, you waste the tide. Well, you don't need faster respawn rate. You don't need trash on the ground longer. All these things don't matter. All you're doing is risking throwing away a tide because your time runs out. On EU, obviously they have like a lot of fucking people grinding and having trouble finding rotations and shit. Be very good for them. People don't like grinding non-money, I mean, I guess, but again, like, I don't see why you would choose to grind money out of non-money over non-money. It's just overall detrimental with no benefit. The only benefit is if, again, like, if the grind spot's oversaturated to people. Think I'll impact Tungrad more? Oh, Tungrad, absolutely, yeah. Tungrad's a lot more popular. Also, I was talking to Jimmy last night, Droid. And I know for a fact I was getting 0.04% XP every time I got a tide. And I had dedication, amplified dedication on. And I was using a mercenary scroll. I had about 1,000 total XP boost, right? But I was getting 0.04 a tide. I tested it multiple times on stream. I don't have the VODs though, unfortunately, so I can't back up what I'm saying. He's mentioning that's too much, but then I think that's just a matter of he hasn't been at DSR in a while. But I can't really prove or disprove anything without going there and doing it again, so. That's something I'll be doing once I'm geared again. I could test that again. But yeah, it was really good. I remember making a point about it. You get a tide, you get 0.04% XP at level 66. I don't have any clips of it or anything, so GG's. All I have is my 2 tap clips, my dex, my pen Debo clicks, and they're 3 days apart, and I have half an XP between those 3 days. That's all I have. I'll just have to gear up and then go do it again. And see. Or better yet, if you're going there, Droid, and you're grinding DSI, you can tell me. You won't be grinding with a XP set though, right? You'll be grinding with like Vicious Shadows or something. Yes, I remember I had guild buff, which was, what, 300? 200? And I ran 500% from dedication lifestone set, so that's 700. I did the Black Spirit Exchange, that's 50. And I think I used Blessed Scrolls as well. That's all I had left. And they give how much? 200. Yeah, so it's about 1,000. At about 1,000 combat XP boost. If you include the gearing and everything. Lived there from 6165, I was getting 0.3 to 4, around 2k XP. That tide? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, that's the lower level, right? We're referring to 66 onwards. Yeah, I know what you mean. You do get a lot. Right, for Silver Mania, XP just on a bonus from around 375 AP or something. Yeah. Why can't I get the mini game on these chests? So I puts my weapon away every time I do that interaction, which is annoying. One of the benefits of maining a booster now is when I do my life skilling, I have chase available to me. Instead of rift chaining back up here, I can just do this. Get up here within like 2 seconds. $64 is 0.1 at 66. Now, 0.1 would be too much for a tide. It's way too much. That'd be ludicrous. Everyone would be there if that was the case. I remember getting 0.04 every time I got a tide. I can't say with certainty because I haven't done it in ages. I don't have any vaults or anything. So. No matter if I would have to get geared again and just go do it again. With the XPs I was running before. Easiest way to know is if Jimmy himself went out there and tested it. I know he's like doing his XP push shit and you don't really want to be deterred away from that, so I get it. Maybe after he's done his XP push challenge thing, you can have a look. It'll be a while until I'm geared for it. Anyway, I think DSR is like some of the best XP that's slept on in the game. The tides just go so fucking hard. The more drop rate you have, the more XP you get. That's another factor that a lot of people don't realize. Like, spots like Zephyros and Obisa and everything, your drop rate just increases your silver, not your XP rate, because it doesn't change anything. Whereas Darkseekers, the more drop rate you have, the more tides you get, and the more Eternal Darkseekers you get. So, it's compacting XP increase, right? So if they do the castle change, where they give everyone 50%, if you're in an unkept castle, everywhere you go, that's going to be 50% additional drop rate for tides and stuff. Should be huge. I don't think it'll take for cups to get back up on NA. Like a week or so. The reason why cups have gone down is because the shards availability. So for example, these ones here, these went down to here because you're able to get, hold on. Marketplace isn't working. There we go. You're able to get yellow shards. As time goes on, this pre-order here, there's 25. This will become like 100 and then 1,000. Yellow shards are going to be the main gate. So while these are available, they're going to sit around where they are now. As soon as you can't get them anymore, you have to manually go grind them. These will be capped again. People are just burning all the shards they have right now, so only a matter of time. Also, I claim my money as I get it. It's easier that way. I learned that from my Digi days. I had like one bill or so in there and I claimed it and they were like, yeah, could you, we appreciate you doing missions. Could you take your money as you make it though? Because like, taking that one bill away was, that could have been a lot worse. That could have fucked us for not being able to node war and shit. I was like, oh yeah, my bad, my bad. So I'll just make it a habit of claiming every time now. Oh, selling seeds is such a godsend. You know, do that, saves so much time. Right here. That's how they fixed your obvious spot. They did. Yeah. It was in the patch notes. They made a specific point about fixing it. Get you some buffs and you could possibly waste them if you don't get any tide that hour. Yeah, for sure, but I grinded like 600-ish hours and only had like 2 hours of that tide. I know a lot of people say like, oh, I've had hours with no tides and all that, but I just think they're just grinding bad. Because they're very extremely rare to happen. You got many cups and an impatient person? Oh, you gotta wait, dude. He doesn't want to go DSL with buffs. Yeah, but that doesn't really happen. That's the thing. That only happens if you're just shit at grinding. You don't kill that many mobs per hour. It's very, very rare to get a non-tide hour. Like, very fucking rare. Like, 1 in 200, 300. That to happen. We nearly always get a single, at least a single tide. And most hours I was doing, I was getting 2 to 3, so. And when I said that, I had people surprised, like, 2 to 3? What the fuck? I'm like, yeah. Are you not getting 2 to 3? You just grinding bad? You're not killing them that fast? It all comes down to how quick you can kill the packs. The faster your kill speed, the more tides you get. If you're not very good at grinding, you're not going to get many tides. Alright. My Suck Sage grind was very clean. DSR. The same combo every time, just blew them all up, went straight to the next pack. The only problem with my Suck Sage was his pack-to-pack movement. So if I can do the same thing on Musa, but my pack-to-pack is instant, I might be over-clearing 3 packs. I might need 4 packs. But we'll see. Oh wait, hold on. We sell stuff before we go. I always forget. Liquidate. Alright. All of these, and we throw 1 back in of each. So 1, 1. I have 7 1 crystals now. When I get 24, I'll take these out and I'll make a gin. I'll do that until I'm full gin. Alright, max price. And max price. 7,200 of these. Yeah, if you bill once they go up, they should go up to like 1. I want to sell around here again. It's just memory fragments need to go up. As you can see, memory fragments also pretty cheap right now. Memory fragments hard spike, the scrolls will spike with them. And yeah, that's it. How's Garmouth doing? 19, Damski's going up. Good thing I don't need another one. 2's all I really need. The 3rd one's just for PvP. I can use Kutum for now. These are tanking, yeah, because of the event. And that's it, right? I don't have anything else to liquidate. How are these looking? Low. Tell them later. Got the magical shards here. Alchemy stone shards for the Veil. You need 1,500. So what I do, chat, I'll show you. So when you get one of these through alchemy byproduct, you see how this shit is 190 mil. I'm about to reveal some tech here, so make sure you're paying attention. You get 450 to, no, you get like 420 to 480 of alchemy shards. So let's assume the average, which is about like 450-ish, 440-ish. So you do, let's do 450 times 423,000. It's 190 mil. So that's about the same as each other right now. But there are times where these spike. These have been as high as 1 mil each, but the stones haven't moved. So you need to make an educated guess on what's best to do if you're planning on making money. So if you get a sturdy from alchemy byproduct, and the alchemy stone shards are more expensive, and these are a lot cheaper. So right now they're about the same, look, see, they're about 190. But if these go down, 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 like keep going down because people are like hard tanking them, then it might be worth looking into alchemy stone shards instead. Because you can grind those to sell these. But yeah, these recently were 700 and something. They've been 1 million before though in the past. Yeah, that's something to be wary of. All right. The biggest advice I can give to anybody who's looking to making good like money and such in MMOs, just conversions. All about conversions. You know the conversions, you can make better money. If you know if I have this item and it's worth this amount, but if I turn it into this item and it's worth this amount, yeah, conversions. That's how I made my money in New World too. In New World, I bought what was it called? The solvent. It was like 0.03 gold per one. But there was a faction item which gave you the ability to convert one material into another. So again, conversion. So I was buying thousands of this shit for 0.03 of a gold piece. And you can convert, I think it was 50 a conversion. And the tool itself costs 2 gold. So it's like, okay, 1,000 of that plus 2 gold. That cost me like 5 gold, I think. And I was turning 50 of this useless material into 50 obsidian flux. And obsidian flux was 1 gold 90 each. I was spending 5 gold to make a few hundred. And just doing that over and over and over and over. I did it with that. I did it with the solvent. I did it with the tanning. Because they were worth nothing. Because nobody thought to do the conversions. It's stupid money. How EU is a 9 bill. Yeah, they're gonna go down, right? Because of the event. Actually, I should look at the regular Garmouth. Not the other one. Yeah, so they're high now. But the event's just started, right? So these will start being thrown down here. If I can get one of these for like 13, I'll probably buy it. Alright, we need some stones. So I need to put my costume on. Where am I? There they are. And we have 2 rings. The grass sells like instantly, so. What else? Also, I would recommend checking this shop here. And buying these every time. This is a Secret Book of Florin, basically for free. This is converting a loot scroll into one. And you know how to get loot scrolls. You can get them in abundance super easily. And lastly, I would do the training weekly. Rogdalo stone. Forgot to grab these, so I'll do them now. Cooking. Farming. No, we want the mole. The mole's easier. The reason I'm doing these is just stock up on the leaves. Do this as well, because we do that through byproducts without thinking about it. Grab the training ones. Alright, so that's it. Very quickly capture a horse. Get the weekly done. Go here, we go Tarif. This is where my horse shit is. Go. Easiest way to do this weekly chat, you just do this. Grab it and then come over here. Up to this hill. There should be horses right here. There's one. Hey, bill processing because of conversion, yeah. Just started to deplete, it looks like. Yeah. Last night you combine your veils, you can make blood to recharge it, not veils powder. Yeah, a lot of people are not aware of that. Like, you don't have to worry about using mysterious powder anymore, veils powder, or any shit like that. Once you convert them, you can just use the most abundant blood, which I think is Clown's blood. Clown is the most abundant one. Alright, so you stop here. I'll also follow you, see? Throw it in. Put the dirt. Level 20, Imperial Horse Delivery. 20. Alright. We hand this in. I did that, I did that, I did that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then we grab, I forgot to grab a Rogdalo. Go. Here we go. Alright, weekly's done. Throw it all in. There you go. Good grind. Also, chat, the Snowfall Crasher shop reset last night. So if you haven't, you can go buy another set of food from the event. Make sure you do that. You ever plan on grinding Hexa? No. Houseblood is one of the most made millions of leveling alchemy back in the day. Yep. How about not following me? Oh, you are now. Will it disappear if I have leftovers? Will what disappear? I studied, but the hardest lesson I had to learn was being patient and selling when market crashes. Yep. Whenever there's something happening to the economy, you either stockpile during it, weather the storm, and then sell after. You never, ever, ever sell shit during a crash. That's dumb. So, for example, the only reason why I'm selling this, because this isn't worth shit anyway. But if this was like a Macca and the pre-orders weren't maxed anymore, then I would just wait. But yeah, I got one of these from my ore. The worst one. So like these are crashing right now, right? Because of the event. That's why I'm not selling it. I'm just holding it. Because after the event, it'll go back up, and then I'll sell it. Oh, the buffs? Yeah, they will be going when the event ends. It says on the buff itself, look at the bottom. This item will be removed once the event ends. If it says that, then yeah, it will disappear. But there are some that don't, for example. So, like these from the Seraph thing, these don't disappear. But this will, this will, this will. Anything that says it, it will. Generally will. So. All right, rid of that. Good. Got some extra distractions. I might save my Agris now because I might think about start gathering sap and burning it. I might get a food collector and start doing that. This mission will go back to max, about 50 of them last before the event ends. I'm so fucking down the PA time getting those food buffs as well. Yeah, I think you should just be able to buy them and use them whenever you want. I think it's dumb they disappear as well. The event mentioned that the buff consumes will be removed 129. Yep. How far have you gotten in the new challenge? I am about 360-ish billion on my net worth. As for what I'm doing, I was going to get all my gear in season. After seeing how much more money I can make if I were to go to the swamp instead, right now I'm just getting loot scrolls. I don't have a lot of money, it's because I keep reinvesting it. The reason why I've kept the money I have now is in case I get my potions. If this fails, I need to have the money to put it back up again. But yeah, I am just saving loot scrolls right now. I have 50,000 time filled and 985 loot scrolls. So I need about 400,000 time filled. And that'll give me 3,000, right? I think 3,000 is a nice number. Chill at. I also got to run all these with Jabba. So we're doing that on the next weekend. Or the weekend coming up, I guess. I'm going to be burning, this is like 230-ish rifts or something. 10 loyalty energy potions tonight? What you mean? You mean the gourds? They got rid of the gourd, didn't they? Oh, login reward. Okay. Look at that. Brew. Wait, do I have any? I don't have any pearl ones, right? I used them all. Alright, that's 500 energy, that's something. And also, chat, I'm turning my Twitch drops, which are somewhere here. Every 10 of these is 2 golds. I'm doing that as well. I'm doing everything I can to get energy. Very desperate for energy. Very, very desperate. Alright, change playlist. Alright. I'm missing anything. Quest is on. Quests are on fast. The booths. Always missing something. I don't think I'm missing anything this time. We're good. Which energy wasn't a thing. I don't mind energy being a thing, but I would like the ability to get more. Energy exists as a means to make everything have a base value, because you have to burn the energy to get it. So everything, it prevents markets from being like crashed, you know? But at the same time, I would like the ability to go get energy, whether that be through grinding or other activities. I would like the ability to just get energy if I need it. That's the problem I have. Like, I would rather the large energy potions just be sellable in a vendor. I'll happily pay 6 mil per large energy potion on a vendor. Because then your materials you're gathering still have a base value because the energy you're spending. But it's available, you know? The character recovers so slow though. Yeah, it's 1 energy per hour, so it's really bad. What they need to do is just have it so when you grind, you have a chance to get energy. Now, how they go about that, that's up to PA, but personally, what I would do, I would add a infinitely purchasable energy potion in the loyalty shop. And then I would have it so when you grind, you have a very small chance to loot like 5 to 10 loyalty. You can actually earn loyalty by playing the game instead of just getting 300 a day or swiping. Oh, better yet, here's a better solution. Allow me to exchange my time field for energy potions. There you go. Give me a gold option for time field. Make it like 500 each. LV season, I just want to LV and gather. Same. I'm playing for it, just make it available. Yeah. That's my problem. My energy is very, very good value, but I can't get it, so. I'm at the mercy of the central market. That's why the Grandpa Crown event was so good, because you could essentially grind energy But if you got a present spawn, you had a chance to get a gourd. You gather 3 times the total once you graduate. Nah, nothing changes. I'll be gathering the same rate. I just won't be getting time filled anymore. Gathering with or without time field is still extremely profitable. The time field is just a bonus. Now, what's just for energy? I do, but they're investing into nodes. I'm gonna get this node 20, then I need to get my Serendia nodes 20, and then I need to get Darkseekers 20. Quite a few nodes I need to get 20, so that's where their energy's going. Upgrading the nodes, yep. This current node is 17. I've got 8.5% additional drop rate right now. Also, chance the sealed BMC market is going to crash with the release of Star's End, because the event does give a high amount of sealed BMCs, and it's a very profitable endgame grind spot, comparable to lava frogs and stuff. Maybe better. Then there's going to be a huge increase of supply for magical shards, which sounds bad. That's one less market I won't be able to make money from, but we're making cups. Technically want them to be as cheap as possible, right? Is what is Essence of Dawn. Essence of Dawn will go down too because of the increase of distos. But the less we need to spend to make the cup, the more profit margin we make. Wish we could short stock some BDO items. Do they need 350 bill to change the glow of all items? Oh, do you? Or is there a fixed cost for it? Or you mean, wait, how do you come to that conclusion? What's making that 350 bill? And it's sold, GG. I can almost guarantee after a few weeks, those dyes are going to be min listed. Take life my weapon, so it costs 5 bill max to market, you need 7 for your whole gear. Yeah, they won't be 50 bill though, that's the thing. They will be at the start. But if the money's really good, everyone's going to be grinding those spots, which means those are going to tank. If you're patient, you can get them for min price. So the most you'll be paying like 35 mil, right? You get more min. Depends how patient you are. Frequently these lethal lungs, yeah, I think they'll drop pretty frequently with the amount of people doing endgame grinding. So you have to understand, like, customers for those kind of things are one and done. So once you have the die, you don't need it anymore. And if everyone's grinding that shit because it's very good silver outside of the whole die thing, just like lava frogs is, all that shit's just gonna tank. You want to change it? You need another one? Yeah, but why would you change it? You paid that amount for that color, why would you change it? I can imagine people changing it. Either if a new color comes out, or if the changing it is min price. They pay 5 bill to change it, they'll pay 5 bill. New one comes out, you put it on and don't like it. But then you wouldn't put it on, that's dumb. You would just see what it looks like in the patch notes, right? Plus, you might be able to preview it in the die window. Not sure about that, maybe though. But why did this fucker CC me when I'm frontal guarding him? What's that about? Oh, Casper. If you thought you liked it, once you grind you realize you don't like it, then you should be more careful with your money. And even so, like, again, if that is the case, then they're going to be min listed, so you're paying 5 bill to change your mind. I don't see a world where those dies stay more than min. If Lava Frogs and Star's End are the best money in the game, those things are going to be min listed. And you have to understand, Star's End is more accessible than Lava Frogs. You can get to Star's End requirements easier. And not only that, you actually do more damage at Star's End because of the knockdown mechanic. So you can put a down attack add-on on your skills to get 5% additional, and you can also benefit more from like Deep Sea, because you get that 10% from down attack as well. So I can see Star's End just being an easier Lava Frogs. And think about it too, right? If you're CCing the mobs, you're going to die a lot less as well. You're not going to randomly take spikes of damage because they're not going to hit you because they're CC'd. So it's just going to be a better Lava Frogs. Think you do, but you actually don't. I think Star's going to be a very popular grind spot. Just say that. CC, the best CC is death. That is one way to control a crowd. Monka. There's always be on the best spot because they said that a new spot comes out, the devs will change locations of that spot. Yeah, exactly. Most dies are going to be min listed. Here's a good example. What's another more accessible spot that drops something you need more of an abundance of, but they're min listed? You need multiple of these things compared to a singular die, but the spot is more accessible, but they're still min listed because there's an abundance of people who grind it. You can extrapolate that, and you know for a fact that those dies are going to be min listed. That is Origins of Dark Hunger. You need tons of those for enhancing, and they're still min listed because a lot of people grind DSR. So now, if a lot of people grind Stars End because it's the best money in the game, and it's easier to access versus the Lava Frogs, guessed it, the dies are also going to be min listed. So if you want the die badly, don't buy in the first week. Don't be a silly goose. Give it like a week or two. It'll crash hard. It's the whole like Splendid Destruction Stone argument again, right? People paying like 800 billion to get a Splendid, when in reality the thing is worth 200. Just being impatient, you're paying 4 times the amount for no reason. Yeah, the best spot because they said this one comes out. Yep. Yeah. Well, guess what? 20 people bought Splendid, 850. Yeah, because they're idiots. That doesn't mean they're not going to be min listed. That just means people got impatient and paid premium for it. Because they're dumb. That doesn't change the fact they're going to be min listed. Like, I'm sure if you grind Stars End when it comes out, you'll be able to sell some dies for like 40 bill or so. Yeah, absolutely. Because you're going to have those people who want it right now, and they don't care how much they pay for it. Ultimately, they will just crash. So you're going to see like Divios and Zethian and everyone who's grinding Stars End. As soon as they get a die, they're instantly going to sell it. Because you want to ride that high. Why do you think Divio sold his stone the second that shit opened? Because he knows that shit's only worth 200 bill. So he's just milking idiots. Sell his stone now, wait a month, get it back for 200 bill. Plus 600 bill profit, easy. The same reason why Zethian sold his Lifestone. And Zethian should have sold his Destruction too, but we all make mistakes, right? He even mentions that he should have. We have to understand when it comes to economies and marketplaces and everything, there's always fucking idiots who don't know what they're doing and just have money and just throw it around like morons. Who don't understand like the value of things or how marketplaces work and stuff. People bought Splendids because they still have it in their mind that it's this really hard to obtain thing, and it's not anymore. You can just do your rifts for like 1 to 2 months and you're guaranteed one. And because of that, loads of people are guaranteed one after 1-2 months, right? So they're gonna crash. If you're patient, you can get it for like 200 bill maybe. Really fucked up with Sep Karazad. Yeah, Karazad's tapping is very cringe. That's something that PA needs to address. You need Deborikas and Karazads to reflect each other. The one's cheap, the other should also be cheap. Because right now, tapping Karazads outside of the cost of the Essence of Dawn and memory fragments doesn't really fluctuate much. It's always expensive. Whereas doing the Pendebo route, you can save tons of money if Pendebos go right down. Because PA's balanced it with Pendebos being a cap, and they're never a cap. They're always around like 150 to 180. It's just way better to buy Pendebo. That's something I need to address. Game of Step Karazad, just go grind with that until you need to buy Pendebo. Yeah, but don't tap anymore. That's what we're trying to get at. Got all my Step Karazads and like 3-4 taps. Oh, then you're fucking carried then. I wouldn't push your luck though. I wouldn't push your luck going for Nov. Invasion? Oh. Love invasions. In game. And over bell at the moment? Yep, that's the play. That is the play. I'm doing the same thing, but I actually don't need carrot heads at all. Because I'm grinding over Serendia. And I don't mind missing out on the, like, one Idana stone a week. That's whatever. I think they're going to lift that time gate eventually anyway. They'll probably do that as the big attraction for playing Idania Party. When they introduce the second side, where you got Mark Thanon and everyone for the bosses, I think they'll have those grind spots give you the Idana armor stones. A piece of Adana's to drop in the grind spot. But then it won't matter, you just grind that for a fuckload of time and then you're done with your armors. It's 1-tap Pendeba and then 4-tap Deck Karazad. Yeah, you could just do that, yeah. Now do that 5 more times. Do that 5 more times and you're good. Not the best invasion location, but invasion's an invasion. Tap Pendeba neck and 17 tap deck. Damn. If you don't pity Karazad, you're carried. Alright. For some reason, Karazads just don't go. And if they do, it's either really early or not at all. You either get it in the first like 5 taps or you're pitying it. Like in between is rare. I don't know why. Oh, do you know what I didn't use? Remember when I said that I'm always missing something? I did it again. Got to use my 3-hour buff. Yeah, I remembered. There's always something. I knew there was something missing. I thought about my drop rate for a second. I was like, do I have on my drop rate? Oh shit, I'm not using my 3-hour. Alright, now we're at 274. And it will be 284 during the night. And I'd be this all the time if I actually finished my ecology. There's the lane. I'm frontal guarded. What do you mean? Toxic. I'll frontal guard that. Boss says no. But you won't. Fuck you. And he gave me 30 time filled and 13 gold bars. Yeah, they nerfed the Layton pretty badly. He used to give you like Vice of Valks and all this other shit. Now he gives you like nothing. He used to give you Valk's Cry, Advice of Valks, all this good stuff. He'd give you a bunch of Purifieds. He definitely nerfed the Layton. But at least the invasion mobs are untouched. The Layton's just kind of cringe now. So we should be on 51,000 stones now. 52,500, damn. Fine. Yeah, invasions are sick. A large amount of time filled every time you get one. I do think we should get the wine event though. Remember when we had wine and inns that recovered your energy? I think they should do an event of that. Like for 2 weeks, you can just refill your energy at an inn. And obviously don't run that with a vendor BOP for it. So you don't want to do it with like a no vendor event. That'd be fucked. Just have it as his own thing. Like a Life XP event with double mini games. And you can buy the wine. The last 2 weeks, that'd be a solid event. I'm curious to see what we get for the 10th anniversary though. The grinding gear? Yeah, of course. Every place I should be grinding in season. I've killed 1.1 million cadre. What's he doing over there? Probably will liquidate all my shards Wednesday though. Liquidate all my magical shards just in case they do hard tank with Star's End. Anything useful other than loot scrolls and the fragments? I don't need loot swift scrolls. You can get Valk's Cries, you can get a Vice of Valk's. You can get stacks and Valk's Cries pretty much if you don't need loot scrolls. It says on the item itself, if you hover over it. So you can get 30 years of Valk's Cry, you can get a 20 stack, 30 stack, 40 stack, and 50 stack. So the most, if you don't need loot scrolls, the next best thing would be the Valk's Cries. You don't really get them very often, right? You only get them whenever we get the enhancement bundles and stuff. You can stock up on a few thousand of those if you want. $300 time filled for 10, so if I get an invasion, that is 30 Valks, for example. That's really good. that goblin? Over there. Okay, we'll give him a minute. He's not going anywhere. No, it's Alice. Feels bad. I'm very quickly hitting my XP cap now. Only 27% away. I still haven't looted an enhanced catcher yet, though. I haven't had a prior or duo yet. Just how rare it is. Probably like a 1% chance or something. Oh, it's Annis. Speaking of Annis shit, I'm on 596, so I can actually make 2 potions now. Because I have some of the PE pieces on me. I can make 2 mana pots. God, I hope the 10th anniversary stuff is cracked. And I can abuse the, like, high density here to make stupid money. Well, I'm already making silly money, but more silly money. Oh look, another invasion. Easy. That's another 900 time field. Anything good from the ore event? Yeah, I've had 1 Gervish, that's it so far. That's the only rare thing I've had from it. I've got the worst, like, rare one, but... Okay, I can just cross-cut like this. And just clear it. The reason I'm not doing that is I don't want to get into bad habits. I could. Actually, this is the second one that's out, right? I don't remember doing a temp buff since the last one. Never got a compass piece here? No, you can't get the compass pieces. These are unique season versions of the history of mobs. They don't have that stuff on the loot table. They just give you time filled blackstones as well as purified lightstones. So I just got a purified fire lightstone there, for example. And another one. Oh, and you also get, forgot to mention, you also get artifacts as well. So you get purified lightstones, time-filled blackstones, regular blackstones, and artifacts, which results in more lightstones, right? So this actually is pretty good money getting one of these. Just because of the people thirsty for the lightstone fragments, right? So I get to open them, do a bit of gamble, maybe pull an expensive lightstone, and if I don't, I just sell all of them for 10 mil each. Around that. So getting evasion's pretty good for money too. Not just for the loot scrolls. Evasions are very, very good. And you get these fairly frequently. I've had 2 this hour, which is carried. Usually I get 1 every like 3. But yeah, I've definitely had days where I've had multiple of these. Like I had 1 stream where I had 4 of these. It's the highest I've had. Got the latents here now. And now we E-buff. You want to just kill them as fast as you can. Make sure I get the loot. Yeah, I got it all. And there you go. So they gave me a Spectre, time-filled fragments, gold bars, a sword, ogre ring, and a Taval accessory box. Accessory box doesn't matter, because you can't milk accessories anymore for time-filled, so that's irrelevant. So I got this. It's like, okay, great. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? That's it, that's an invasion. And it has no cooldown, so... Killing this, like these mobs here, I could just get another one spawn. Right now. Pretty good. Where is he? Where? Oh. Yeah, you get pretty insane events. As you can see, I'm getting like goblins back to back and stuff. That's also why you get a lot of Atanus. It's just compounding density with drop rate. I'm actually using the ore event right now to make my crystal extraction tools. Because I need to pull out my vital crystals and turn them into the combined one. And you need 100 purified... pure iron crystals, right? Per one, so... Whenever I win a life XP crystal, I'll probably rent the tool from Normal 8, the mining tool, and I'll go do the Rusalka crabs. I just ran the tech log here. Deal with that. And then make the combined crystal. Do I bind the tool? Nah, I don't plan on really doing any mining, so... I'll get one eventually, but it's a very low priority. So I'll just spend the 50 CP using a tech log here. And I can just give it back when I'm done. Where's the extraction tool? Oh. But you can't buy extraction tools, that's the thing. You can either buy them with pearls, or you have to make them. Unless they change that. Doubt it though. Yeah, no, you can't buy them. You have to make them. It's 100 pure iron crystals and like 30 magical shards or something. No, actually I think it's 10. 10 magical shards. Get from vendor? No, not for crystals. You're thinking of light stones. Light stones you pay 10 mil and you just take them out. Crystals you need to make an extraction tool. I'll be pulling out my life XP crystals, these, and making them into these and putting them back in. A lot of pure central market though. I'm taking these out because you can't get them. That's the whole point. And they're half a village. So if we go, what are they called? Vital? Yeah, these are in mass pre-order. 1,242 pre-orders. That's why I'm extracting them. And even if they weren't on pre-order, if they're half a bill, it's very worth doing. The iron crystals, yeah, they're expensive, right? Why would I pay for them when I can provide my own, right? Why would I pay 600k each when I can just make my own? With all the event stuff that's dropping. And if I don't make my own, I'm going to end up selling it anyway, and I'm just going to take the market tax for no reason. So it's if you use something, if you utilize something, you get its full value because you're not taking a market tax on it. So if I use my own, I'm getting their full worth. Whereas if I sell them, I'm losing a 30% tax. It's better if I just make my own and use those versus buying them. That's what I'm doing with the rough stone I get from the ores. I'm turning them into metal solvent. And the melted iron shards I get from the Rosa weapon boxes, I'm turning into ingots. And then combining the two for pure iron crystals. That saves me a lot of money on extraction costs. But again, I'm only extracting them like as I need to. So when I have a essence of Verda or Vidir, essence of Vidir, I don't know if I can pronounce it. Then I'll take the crystal out, combine it, and then put it back in, basically. So whenever I win the Life XP crystal, then I just go get the essence, and then I can make it. That give me 7% XP and 5 mastery every time I do that. And as for the Jin Freon crystals, I'll make those whenever I get the wands drop from gathering. Whenever I have 24 wands, I'll take the single one I have out, and then I'll turn it into 1 Jin. And I'll just do that until I'm full Jin. I'll get those over time. They're very expensive to make, so it's not worth making wands. Better off just getting them gathering. It's only XP at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. It's only, what, a 1 is 4%, a Jin is 15, so I'm missing out on 11% per slot, so that's 66% XP. Not a huge deal. Just get that whenever. Because in order to make a 1 crystal, one of these, it's 500 magical lodestone crystals. That is a lot of money. Assuming you get 10 lodestones per 10 mil, that's $500 million in magical lodestones. And you need 25 of those per Jin. So that's 12.5 billion just in magical lodestones. They're very not worth making. That's stupid expensive. And that's 1 Jin. You gotta do that 6 times. So if you're doing it for all of them... Wow. 12.5 times 6. So that's 75 billion just to get 60 more life XP. That's egregious. Or you could just get them gathering randomly and just get them over time. And it'll cost you 300 million per one, so 300 million times 25. Yes, it's half price basically. And you're not taking the market tax hit, so you get the full 300 mil value. And then once you have them all, then you can start selling them. Then you can just sell them whenever you gather them. A little bit of extra gathering money. But that's after you've gathered like 125 of them, right? So it'll take a while. I mean, I've only gathered 6 and 7. Have I have 7? Yes, I've only gathered 13 so far. I think what I'll do as well is just to save a little bit of money, when I buy my Pendebos, to exchange for North Karazats, I'll have the materials ready to turn into a Han. So I don't have to put it in and then take it out and upgrade and put it back in. I can just go get the crystal separate, make it into a Han, then put it in. Does it follow Nephis video? Appreciate it. Thank you, Nate. I need to get my drop chat. Hold on. Drops means energy. There we go. I might go make some lunch soon, chat. The heads up. Did you gather that last time? I think it was Glitch. It was Glitch, yeah, but now I'm back in Olvia because they patched it back in. They gave me my gather rotation back, so I'm back in Olvia. If you want to see the rotation, you can look at the VOD of today. I did it at the start of the stream. Yeah, no problem. Keeper. Alright, GG. The question is, did he give me a category ring? No. What a bitch. Got chocolate milk flavored chocolate milk? Damn. Modern Grim, what up? What if you dip a chocolate cookie, a double dip chocolate cookie into a chocolate flavored chocolate milk? God damn. Now I want some chocolate. Understands the vision. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Double, like, you know, double chocolate chip cookies? What about triple chocolate chip cookies? What about quadruple chocolate chip cookies? What if there's more chocolate than, like, cookie at that point, you know? Alright, chat, I want to quickly make lunch, because I want to get back for nighttime grind. I want to very quickly go make my lunch. I will be right back, chat, in about 5-ish minutes. I'm probably going to make some egg muffins, make a fresh drink, and come back. Alright, chat, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Get yourself a drink and all that good stuff, and I'll see you in a minute. Be right back. All right, chat, I'm back. What up? I got my lunch. I'll eat it and we'll get back to it. What up, Jabba? How you doing? What's good? Not much. You'll see what I have, chat. Show you what I made quick. Okay, here you go. Oh, egg muffins. Wow. Give us some. Yeah, I do make a pretty good egg muffin. I even cooked the bread a little bit. Give it that little bit of cheesy crisp on top. We can put the other screen up, actually. There you go. No, you don't, chat. All right. All done, all done. Okay. That's it. I lost a little bit at night time. I know there's always one bit of loot over there. I feel so much better now though, chat. I'm really looking forward to the swamp bush. Really looking forward to that. I put my slippers on, chat. Feet getting cold. Such an old man now. There we go. How old am I? Coming up to 38. 37, but I'll be 38 on the 1st of March. But our pets are slow. They're not slow. Yeah, and demand for magic shards will ever go down? Yep, when Star's End comes out. When we get the new Star's End grind spot, that will heavily supply magical shards. The reason why magical shards are in such demand is because everyone's grinding in Adania. And only a few people are doing Ulukita and other spots, so the demand is way higher than the supply. But if Star's End is really good money, which I'd assume it will be, that drops still BMCs, so... You want my advice? I would sell your magical shards while you can. before that spot comes out. Aging like a Giga Chad, hopefully. I want to age the other way. Takes 1 points to ruin everyone's day? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I wonder what kind of money Stars End's gonna pull though. We could see the first grind spot that's pulling 5 bill an hour consistently. I reckon there's gonna be a lot of competition in that spot though. I'm actually really happy with how they did Stars End. Because it's gonna reignite a lot of that old like feuding between players. If there's no Marnie Realm for Stars End, people are actually gonna fight each other for grind spots. Just like we used to. I think it's like what I usually say, right? With things wrong with the game and right with the game, there's always a middle ground. So having Stars End as a grind spot, but also having Adania, which has Marnie Realms and everything, that's the middle ground. So like if you don't want to engage in people dueling for spot and all that kind of thing, then you can grind in Adania. As far as not a tower spot, yeah, it was a huge W for PA, making that as it was. And they actually improved it. They got rid of the whole like mob gathering up to the crystal to CC them. Now you just kill the crystal and then the mobs appear and you kill them. You don't have to do the tedious like gathering the mobs up part. The deer revamp when? I mean, you know, they got a lot of options, dude. If they ever did a Medea revamp, they would probably do Elvia. What makes the most sense, right? Oh, the tower spots so many already, so Stars End's a W. Yep, that's what, dude. That's my whole complaint with Adania. People think I hate Adania because of Adania. No, like Adania's fine. It's just all tower grinds. If we had like a pack-to-pack spot and everything, like Adania would have been way better. And it looks like PA have been... Oh, dude, as much as we meme and everything, you gotta give PA credit. They heard about not doing another tower spot, so they didn't do tower spots. They heard about us wanting group content, so they added more group grinds. Like, they're doing what we're saying now. They've put down their, like, stubbornness and pride, and they're actually listening now. If they keep going in this direction, like, it's gonna be really good. Gonna have a lot more better changes for the game. Like, just stay the course, you know? True, yep. You give credit where credit's due. If you do not praise people for doing the right thing, then why would they do the right thing? If you only give them shit for doing the wrong thing, they're not incentivized to do the right thing anymore, are they? Whereas if they do the right thing, you pat them on the back. Good job. Do more of that, please. Just need to remove Value Pack and it'll be good enough. They don't even need to remove Value Pack, Droid. They just need to make Value Pack actually incentivized through whales. If they allowed whales to buy a Value Pack for for pearls and sell it for 5 billion, and they could sell 10 a week, that would solve the Value Pack issue. PA still gets their money. In fact, PA gets more money, and the player base gets access to Value Packs. People would gladly pay 5 bill a month to have a Value Pack. Nobody cares that the whale has more money. Probably shit the game anyway. Like WoW token? Exactly. Shout out, have audio sound number. Why is he grinding season? He's allergic to bad spots. I need loot scrolls. That's the answer. The real answer. He doesn't have audio on, so I'll show him. There you go. Rub the loot scroll a little bit. Because he's the season king. That's based. Honestly, that's a better answer. I don't need to explain myself. I'm the season king. That's funny. The king doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the peasants. God damn it. Yeah, good. Look how good I am. Gooder than you could ever be. Damn, that's toxic as fuck. Unbelievable. That's crazy. But what am I gonna be when I graduate, though? I can't be the season king anymore, because I'm not in season. I'll be in the swamp. What would I be, like... Lord of the Swamp or something? The real monster? Cup King? Damn. Cup King goes kinda hard. Shrek? No, I'm not calling myself Shrek. Oh god. Can you imagine just having a cup counter on stream and just having a fucking Shrek smiling next to it? Oh god. Oh, by the way, I'm lurking and grinding. Yeah, no problem, dude. Appreciate the luck. Beowulf? 150 of those things from the cup event shows sell yellows. Should I wait for yellows to max out then sell? If you don't plan on making a cup, you can, but ideally, if you got 150, can't you make it up to 200 with any shards you have? Make a cup out of that and sell that? If you want to be lazy, you can just sell yellow shards, but... These English folks and their cups, I know, right? Good old cup of tea, good old cup of silver. Oh, did I not put Sammy on again? Hold on. I'm definitely a professional streamer, give me a second. I don't know why I keep forgetting to enable Sammy. Hold on. There we go. Definitely professional. There you go.
Are you retarded?
No World Cup though. Well, good thing I don't give a shit about football. Otherwise, I'd be upset.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Well, combo's taken, Aiden. What up? Has he both saved up on my solve sub? Alright. The bottle's gonna get the fish overnight. Then you want to buy either Tri-Manus or Base Brion. But they're like 4 to 5 bill each. Or you can just get the set they're giving us for free next week. It's not as good, but it would do. Try to close the Manus chair next week, yeah. What we're gonna get, if you do the lessons, then they give you sets of gear. It's all in the global lab patch notes. Which is here. There you go. Go through that and have a look. Maybe out 3 days of darkness happen again. Medea revamp, the Dawn Mountain must open to help the fight evil. Dawn Mountain release, Doom finally got us all out. Second part of it down here. Who would bring about the 3 days of darkness though? Who'd be responsible? Elezra? No, Elezra wouldn't do it. She's not ready to face the Doom, so she wouldn't want to bring her Doom. She needs to put her plans in motion first, so we're ready to fight alongside her against the Doom. We haven't reached that point yet. Now, the Kadri could do the 3 days of darkness. Remnants of Kadri, they've done it before. They could be thinking they're still serving the will of Caphras. Marnie? Why would Marnie do it? Marnie just wants to fuck shit up. Fuck around. I think Marnie, low-key, is also working with Elezra. Because why is he bringing Deadeye, and now Deadeye's brother, into our realm? If not to help us against the Doom. Like, he's cherry-picking people from other timelines to give us better fighting odds. That's what I think Marnie's all about. Why is neutral chaotic? He's just bored. Nah, he definitely has a purpose. He has a... I reckon he has a... Because you have to understand, right? What is Marnie? Like, what race is he? What is he? It makes perfect sense if you think of it like that. He's a Luthragon. And all Luthragons and Ganels want to serve Mother. Who's Mother? Elezra. It makes perfect sense that he's working with Elezra, aka Sylvia, to better help her fuse herself to be whole again. Make Mother whole. That's why I think Marnie's doing it in a way to help Elezra / Sylvia to fight back her doom and fuse her as whole again. That makes perfect sense. Because if we have Sylvia whole, that is the end of BDO. That is beat the game. Why the mad scientists vibe and experiments? Well, just like Caphras, who discovered alchemy, maybe Marnie is just going through an unorthodox method of trying to find things that work to fight against the Doom. Like, Marnie the mad scientist, is alchemy not science in a way? Like, in their law, I mean, obviously it's science in our world, but in their law, isn't his experiments and everything just an extension of alchemy? Favorite character in the lore, by the way, right above Caphras. Yeah. My favorite is Caphras through and through, 100%. Caphras is easily the best written character in this game. He has so many like layers and depth to his character, so much character development. BDO has lore? Yeah, it's got some of the best lore, believe it or not. It's just really badly portrayed and explained. Okay, lore indeed, yep. The character I interacted with was the letter R? Yeah. I don't blame you, because the lore isn't... The storytelling's bad. Like, imagine having some of the most well-written books in history, but they're written in hieroglyphics. That's what it's like with BDO lore. Just because the context is fantastic doesn't mean it's well received, because people can't understand it. That's probably the best analogy I can give. Like, the lore itself is fantastic, but BDO's way of, like, PA's way of, like, interpreting it and storytelling it is very lackluster. Now, I'll admit, recently they got better with the Seraph main story and everything. Like, they made it in, like, an audiobook. I think that's way better to make it more digestible. But when it's just in, like, knowledge entries in game and stuff, most players aren't going to go into that, you know? That's why me and Verdict have a podcast called The Grim Verdict, where we just basically tell the lore. So all you have to do is listen to it. It's like an audiobook. Atali one-shot Nuva, yeah. Sada May or Korea May or with Noble Wikipedia in Korea. Oh, there you go. Manhwa. That's cool. Like, we recently did an episode on the Adana bosses. Like, an in-depth deep dive into the bosses, so you have an understanding who they are and where they came from and everything. That was the episode we did recently. Alright, give me a second, chat. A second. Alright. I do this, and then this. Do this here. That. And then I go this to be this. You can see that, yeah? So then if I go like this, icon's supposed to be part of that. Hold on. There's icon. There you are. Supposed to be part of the images. Yeah. Alright, and then do this. That's the wrong one. Undo. Shift. Shift. There we go. Alright, so let's do like that. That good? Down a little bit. Alright. And then we unmute this. Perfect. Alright, time to get educated, chat.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back. Now, it's been a minute to the Grim Verdict podcast. It's been, well, actually, not a minute. It's been precisely 7 months, Grim. We've been slacking, or rather, I've been slacking.
We've been absent. We've been absent.
We've been absent. So, welcome, everybody. First and foremost, Happy New Year, because we really haven't seen each other for quite some
music,
time.
yeah, it's a nice touch.
The best in this upcoming New Year. We're still like middle of January. And we hope to be able to deliver these in a more regular schedule. No promises, because apparently we don't do good on those. And
Apparently.
we kind of suck. But anyway, just a little bit of a catch up before we continue into today's episode, which Grim doesn't absolutely have any clue what it is about.
Yeah, I like the main story. Starting to read it. It's good.
It's gonna be super fun because we've done some things, Grim. Now we are changing, and probably people watching this right now or listening to it, if you guys see the background, you might be seeing two very weird things. Unfamiliar classes, perhaps. Now, Grim, what did you do? Tell those people, what did you do, man?
I got sick of waiting for my male paladin, so I made my own.
He's like,
pretty much.
He was like, guys, Grim hit me one day and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna play a male paladin. I'm like, so what, Suck Warrior? I was like expecting something, and he's like, nah, Musa. So I was so confused for a moment, but honestly, he made it work. And it's so interesting how he made it work, because he was this might be a little bit of role playing. Honestly, it is. Let's be honest about it. It is a little bit of role playing, but that's fun, and I don't find anything wrong with that. I'm role playing as well. But the thing is that, you know, you never look into Musa and you're like, yo, that's a paladin. But Grim put on some pieces and it actually turned into a paladin, which is super freaking cool. It's actually great, dude. So it's like a fire Musa sliding paladin. It really functions. It's like, I see the fantasy. And yeah, kudos, dude. I was skeptical, you know, I was a little bit ridiculing you at start, but then you kind of made it work.
Just let me cook.
Yeah, let you cook, for real. Put me on spot with that. But yeah, Grim is a Musa, and I am a Seraph, and I'm proud.
You saw that coming.
I'm a Seraph. I'm proud of that. I no longer miss Mystic. Seraph is just something spectacular. It's just something that I've always wanted, and I'm pleased with it, not just from a lore perspective. Obviously, that was a masterpiece of a storytelling. Also from just gameplay, she is perfect. She is the class which I like, that setup. All of those 100%. Initially skeptical, we all were, but now they're like super fun, so we had to let PA cook a little bit. So yeah, we're Verdict the Mystic is now Verdict the Seraph, and Grim is basically Grim the what do you call it, the Musa. So,
the Paladin.
The Paladin Musa.
Paladin.
So we have that going on, but yeah, thank you so much for just waiting for us as we were cooking this episode. Recently, we've been talking about it again, and we are aligning finally. Real life for me is doing a lot better, and for Grim, and we can return. We'll see if it all goes smooth from now on. But Grim, we gotta go into the episode, dude.
Yeah, but before that, we gotta plug the Discord.
Oh, we actually do, dude. I got carried away. See, we haven't done this in a while, man. Grim, tell them about the Discord, dude.
Well, that's just where you're gonna find all our episodes and everything. If you have questions, that's where we're gonna be.
Indeed,
it should be in the description, right?
Absolutely, it will be. But you know, Grim, YouTube are cutting us because we were returning, and whenever you're not a partnered channel, technically all my channels are partnered without this one, and I'm not sure why it doesn't translate.
We'll get into the law in a second, chat. We haven't done this in a while, so
have a link, so you have to copy the caption, like the case sensitive thing, to actually get into the Discord. So be ready for that. And yeah, Grim, you have any guesses?
I thought with Seraph, maybe we're gonna go over the history of like alienism, maybe.
Although it would be very fun, sadly that's not gonna be it for today. But I promise
what about the dragons?
It's coming. The dragons, no, we're not there yet. But I won't torture you. I'm just gonna kind of hint that we had recently a very big content release above Valencia. All right.
Yeah.
And we had like 5 bosses there. All right. And those 5 bosses have very important stories, and they actually are a leeway to so much lore and storytelling, to the point where they're kind of all worthy of their own episode. Probably Rusalka will be tough to fix within an hour, but if you think about it, dude, there's only one boss out of them that deserves 2.
That's Caphras.
It's Caphras. We gotta talk about Caphras again.
Again? Oh my.
Again.
Spoiling me.
Oh, dude. Well, I mean, there's no.
When I said spoiling me, I meant I love talking about characters.
So it's not gonna be a spoiler. But to the people wondering why, let me explain why are we talking about Caphras, considering the final episode. I mean, I guess the latest episode 7 months ago was about Caphras. Well, when our boy dropped in Idania, he decided to rewrite Black Desert's lore, basically, and he was absolutely outstanding as a performance, as voice acting, as a piece of story. It was so insane, to the point where Caphras in Idania as a boss, and every time he opened up his mouth, Grim, he was spitting some freaking forbidden knowledge. It was like you couldn't, every sentence I had to pause. I have this, I think, available over at YouTube on my main channel. I'm having my reactions there, and my hands are on my head all the time. It was insane. But the reason for Caphras today is because by some divine intervention, Grim, when we did the first episode, we spoke about the gods. The second episode, we spoke about Sylvia and Elvia, right?
Yeah.
Then we went into Ataraxian with Zethian, and he was a special guest there. That episode went up. Really cool. And
Yep.
then we did Orzeka, the Horrors of Orzeka, which is by far the best thumbnail I've ever made. I love that thumbnail so much.
Showed that recently too. It's so good.
It's so freaking good. And then we did Caphras. And now here's the thing. We jumped on the Caphras one. It wasn't canonical because we were trying to go canonically. Oh, and by the way, I guess we did an episode which never released because of me being a stupid idiot. Remember that? We did that.
Yes,
That was
I
so
do.
stupid. So we did an episode, and dudes, I got a piece of lore so wrong to the point where it twisted and perversed the entirety of the dragon lore, and I never knew that it was so wrong. And it's something bothered me about that episode. And right as I was editing, I was like, no, that's not really true, is it? So I went fact-checked it, and out of the prism of one mistake, the lore changed so fundamentally to the point where I had to delete the episode. So the dragon lore is coming. We'll see when precisely within the next
I
few
remember that.
episodes.
We
most
recorded it and
definitely.
everything.
But the reason for which we're talking about Caphras is because everything that Caphras opened up his mouth on, and not just Caphras, all of the Idania bosses actually pair in perfectly with the first 5 episodes that we did. So perfectly to the point where Caphras pretty much, if you are someone who started from episode 1 to episode 5 and now we did Caphras part 2, you will get a profoundly better understanding of those episodes because
Is the
all
game
the
sound
connections,
interfering much,
all
by
of
the way?
spoken things from all of the bosses actually pair up perfectly with all that we've spoken about so far. So today is not really a Caphras episode 2, it's more or less
Total?
a
Okay,
very
perfect.
important taking a little bit out of every boss and putting that into the first 5 episodes because they're already out. It's like a divine thing to just kind of finish the first
Hey.
bubble of the lore podcast. So
That makes sense. Also, Caphras' voice actor is perfect.
Caphras' voice actor is insane. That man, by the way, I complained to Pearl Abyss, literally, personally to them, and I was like, how do you not have, like, a little bit of diligence to credit the voice actors on IMDb? And it's like, they're kind of like, oh, whoops, sorry about that, and then they started updating all of those things, so we finally know who Caphras' voice actor is, and I'm chasing the dude. I'm just saying, I am chasing him for something. I won't say anything. I'm chasing the guy, and not just him, another person as well. But, you know, I will not to put the character in front of the horse here, you know, all in due time, all in due time. A little bit of a teaser here and there, you know. But let's get into the Idania 5, because holy absolute moly. When Pearl Abyss were saying that they would be tying all of the loose ends, like what they said, I think it was on the past Calpheon Ball, which is like, I guess, a year ago, I didn't believe them. I was like, nah, you don't know your lore for you to do that. Well, they put me on my freaking place. Not only did they know their lore, they let us know that they know their lore better than we know their lore. And that was a little bit of a humbling
so cool.
experience. It's so freaking cool. Yes, they know what they're doing. And one thing that I won't give them a slack cut, I guess, on is that they don't really care about redacting properly, so they are going to leave something old within the game instead of redacting it, and they're going to
retconned a few
contribute it with
times.
some new piece of knowledge. And if you lead yourself by the new, then it's no issue. But if you start from the end and you watch like one of my videos and then you go through Idania, it's like, yo, Verdict is full of shit. You know, that's one of the things. That's something similar to what happens if you go into Idania first and then you try to fill it with the background. It's not gonna make any sense, dude. And we've addressed this. We, the lore keepers, I mean, we've addressed this with PA. We spoke with them and yo. PA, you need to rework Orzekea and Orzeka because it no longer makes any sense. But Caphras was game breaking. But before Caphras, we have the first boss, Jordine. Now, Jordine was cool in his own way and not that much lore he himself provided, but Jordine is a continuation of a hanging plotline from the Magnus. And basically, when younger Jordine exited the Magnus with us, that's how he ends up, you know, he heard about our Jordine, I guess, and there was a little bit of a conflict there because he wanted to avenge himself in reality. And the entirety of this thing happens in a very Caphras-oriented way. So let me explain something. If you're a new player, Grim, I don't know if you've done the reworks to Balanos. Have you done those?
Briefly.
Yeah, so under 5 minutes within the game, when you get inside the Ancient Stone Chamber, there are those slates inside. And those slates, the first one that you get to see is the explosion of Crown Castle, which our boy is a part of. Kaffir's, that is. So, essentially, Jordine has found a slate 1-to-1 identical, but with additional information, and he has hidden it around his castle. And we go through and we get inside this entire thing, and we figured out that that is the Kron Castle explosion. And that's when we figure out that this is the first bit of Noir Bertali, which I know you have plenty to talk about.
It's definitely a sage.
I know you have definitely a lot to say about this, and I cannot, no matter what I've done, ladies and gentlemen, I have given this man concrete evidence against this, and he refuses it. He just doesn't care.
PA would have to sway me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but Bertali's a sage.
Without putting anything in front, we gotta go through Jordine, and Jordine himself ends up in a very cool, yet in my opinion horrific way, where we defeat him. He sheds his mortal coil, he leaves his soul and enters the young Jordine, and the young Jordine essentially has a seizure. And that's one of the weird things. So we're not sure who Jordine is right now inside and is taking
dude, we're big nerds, yeah.
But I think what may have happened is we might have done a little bit of a whoopsie with OG Jordine. But that's a little bit of a prelude. You know, Jordine's story was not supposed to be a big part of Idania. He was supposed to be an entry point. Once you defeat Jordine, then you go into the other castles by your own choice, whoever you wish to attend first. And the second boss, of course, Rusalka. Now, Rusalka was... I didn't even care too much about her because I didn't really believe that she could add a lot of complexity and depth and knowledge. But oh my god, was I proven wrong. Because Rusalka ends up being such a complicated character. At the start, you kind of see this super narcissistic, all about me queen that is essentially punishing the Hashashin. She's turning into stone, and not just her, she's turning her people to stone. And you're really hating her because she is really cocky. She's very rude. But she's a queen of a species. She's a mother of a species. You know, think of it like this. If Sylvia, not to say that they're on the same power level, if Sylvia is the mother of all elves, you know, the Vadir, the Ganel, and the Luthergons, the male elves, and Rusalka is the mother of all merfolk, then you're kind of looking at it as something similar, you know, in a comparison way. So Rusalka tells us about Orzekagrim in profound detail, and we know so much more about Orzeka's expansion into an empire through Rusalka. And Rusalka speaks about how the merfolk were, you know, they wanted to be a part of Orzeka in a sense, but then they saw what Orzeka was doing to them. So Rusalka took whichever refugees would come and follow her, and they would essentially exit and run away far into Idania. And the idea here is that she explains to us so much in detail about the expansionism, because we have heard in the past, and we didn't touch upon this within the Orzeka episode, but there was this relic, Grim, during the Echidna Convent. If you remember, the Onel, the creation, the unfortunate children stuck on the trees to eat the fruits, perpetual batteries.
Yeah, I told this recently.
Oh, you told this recently? That's so cool. People
stream.
are coming into our streams and just asking lore stuff. That's so freaking cool, man. We're pivoting something here, dude. Honestly, we are.
Yeah, there you go.
And Rusalka tells us about this artifact that the Orzekans were using with assistance of Onel, and we don't know what this artifact is, but this artifact was immediately providing control over body and mind to the people who were using this artifact. And Rusalka's entire arc was essentially those that were haunted by this artifact. She would turn into stone, and she would essentially lose her mind because she was turning her own kids to stone, because they would otherwise lose themselves and start kill each other. And that was one of the most brutal things, and you get a different bit of Rusalka at that particular moment. And also there is a side quest which you don't get to do within the quest chain, and I managed to find the side quest and I did it, and it shows how Rusalka, she calls humans two-legged beasts, rightfully so. You know, compared to her, she's royalty, you know, in a sense, but also she's a queen. She's a, you know, the typical stereotype, and she is being captured by these men. And they do some hideous things to her, and yet she doesn't retaliate. She has love, right? And one of the things which she ends up doing within that quest, if I remember correctly, it was like probably 4 months ago that I did it. That quest ends up being with Rusalka pretty much being entry towards her insanity within that very quest chain. She let herself be captured. She let herself be not violated in the way which you think, but rather they did some.
Not Vaporeon level.
Yeah, it was bad, and she became insane. That very not insane, but that was the key moment. That was the beginning of her insanity, and then sooner or later she became almost as if alone. And within Rusalka's question, we also get to see Corsair's mother for a bit. We actually do get a cutscene with her, Viola, her name. And she gets to save us while we were drowning because Rusalka, I believe it was Rusalka that was trying to essentially lure us into drowning, and Viola came through and she saved us, although not confirmed if it's Rusalka. But anyways, Rusalka was so beautiful, and in the end, within her despair, Khadum shows up for the first time in Black Desert with his, or rather, now her visuals, and we get to understand Khadum is a female. She is indeed something that we're going to talk about shortly, but yeah, that visual of Khadum was spectacular. That was so cool. If you remember with the thorn, with the lack of head and kind of like something coming out of the body, it's so weird.
Almost spectral.
Yes, almost spectral. That's a good way to put it. And that's the very first time, if we consider the Ancient Stone Chamber slates from back in the day, where we have Kafris showing something that we presume to be Khadum. Kafris is weird, but anyways, Rusalka ends up losing her life in regret. And it speaks a lot to her story as an individual, because Rusalka is essentially, if I gave myself to Urzeka, would things have been different? All she wanted was to live. All she wanted was for her children to live and to be free. That's all they wanted. And in the end, you know, she chose despair. She chose Khadum just so she could save them. Just so she could save them all.
She even quotes this feeling in a fight when she says things like, I won't let you touch my kin.
Exactly.
Stuff like that.
Exactly, yes, she does this. And we are an invader to her place because this is where she is. Nymphomare and the Sea of Dreams, which is like their pocket dimension in a sense. The Sea of Dreams, this is where the merfolk are essentially a part of. That's a natural occurring place there. I think from all of the castles, Nymphomare is actually the only real one that has been there already, because that's where the kingdom was for them. And Rusalka is amazing. Rusalka is amazing. I love her so much, and I wish more comes to her. We get also how Patrigo and Viola meet. We get the birth of Corsair. We get what Patrigo for the first time not being a selfish prick. But then
it's crazy.
It's crazy, right? And then you know they go into this romance, and it's with a lot of detail. It's very cool. I loved it. But enough about Rusalka. We have to talk about what I'm going to say was actually the centerpiece of Edania, which almost shunned Kafris away when it came to hype. And that happened afterwards, but Enslar and Elion and Seraph, of course, the Ashen Wing.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, how did she get out the Ultimate Blood?
Well,
but then we figure out the Seraph lore and it makes sense.
No, Seraph wasn't in the Ultimate Blood. What do you mean?
No. I'm saying we figure out she wasn't actually in there because it was Seraph that gave us up.
Oh, never mind. Oh, that was a theory of mine. Yeah. For the people wondering, I had a theory about Enslar. And it was a very plausible theory. It was an educated guess out of a few theories that we had. When Enslar died, you know, where you summon Kafris is an entry to the Altar of Blood within the so-called quote-unquote abyss. Different places within this world have an entry point. If you guys remember the old Calpheon Shrine question for Kazarka, that's an entry point to the Altar of Blood. The Serendia Shrine is an entry point of the Altar of Blood, and the Stars End Shrine is an entry point to the Abyss, aka Altar of Blood. And we thought that when Enslar died, Kazarka took him with her, and whatever happened. But that's a little bit of, you know, nothing important anymore, sadly. It would have been a very
It was a pretty good theory, though.
It was a good theory, but it would have led to Necromancer so perfectly well.
Send it to help.
Anyways, you know, I'm disgruntled, but happy that I am. So we can just move on. What a story. What a Black Desert story. You know, every boss talks about a certain period in time. We have Jardine with his details and him being...
Yeah, we're currently doing a lore episode listening to, so they've got another like 40 minutes, but if you're around after, I'm more than happy to help.
Kind of like the current story. We have Rusalka of the old, you know, 8,000 years ago, or 6,000 years ago, depending. We have then Enslar that speaks about the recent 100, etc., etc. And Enslar and the Ashen Wing is such a powerful story. It's essentially, there is this book by this famous person. I just don't want to mention names to not start controversies, but the book is called We Who Wrestled with God, and that's precisely what Enslar is. Wrestling with the idea of God, and for the God's obligation as if to make sense to her. And it is such a poetic thing because it speaks on the topics of what is actually justice. It speaks on the topics of what is actually the right following to a deity. And who are you to presume those things? And Enslar is one of the very first characters within Mythos that I sympathize so much, not just on a personal level, but also inside the game. She is a brilliant character with so much depth and complexity, and she is so Black Desert oriented. She's a Valkyrie of Calpheon. The main storyline is there. She gets to put so much emphasis upon it. She gets to tell us so much, and then Seraph, aka the Ashen Wing, tells us even more about it through her story. But that's for another time. But I want to brag about it, actually, Grim. If you remember, you probably know what I'm going to talk about now, but Seraph's voice actress actually came to one of the videos and said, "Hi, what a cool thing, dude."
That was so cool.
That was so cool. Like, she didn't have to do that, but yet she did. I'm not sure why she did it. I'm not sure who told her. If someone told her. I'm not sure if she plays video. I have absolutely no idea. But she just came through, said something very nice, and we just bombarded her with love because that's the right thing to do. This has never happened before. I don't think this has ever happened before. Honestly, it's just so cool. But yeah, love Miss Sharp, love her so much. And yeah, that Seraph and Enslar will be an episode. 100% will be an episode. I can't imagine us not going through that when we get to the Calpheon bit, because she is Calpheon essential. Like, you can't go to Calpheon without that. And yeah, Seraph is and Enslar are absolutely pivot peak BDO gameplay. You get to learn about everything that BDO is made of. You get to learn about Elion, you get to learn about the Valkyries, Calpheon, about Seraph and everything. And it's not just that. We heard for the first time in Black Desert's history Kazarka speak. Now that was great. And he is voice acted, if I'm not mistaken, by Tobirama from Naruto, and that's one powerful voice. That is one hell of a voice, but we gotta move away, as much as I don't want to Cartian. And here is where things go overboard with lore. So the first three are kind of generic, modern BDO, fill a little bit of the gaps, and then when Enslar comes through, it really picks up a pace. And then Cartian comes through, and Cartian just says so many things so casually as if they don't matter. She's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm Deborica." You know what?
By the way, I'm the mother of Orwin. Like, what?
Yeah, she speaks about those things so casually, in such a way where I am not able to contain myself, because one of the biggest mysteries within Black Desert's lore is the nature and who the hell Deborica is. We never knew. And I'm working right now on a video specifically about the mystery of Deborica for the main channel, and I can tell you so much about that without wanting to spoil. But Cartian is human. She is human to the full extent of human, and in lore she is the strongest human. You know how Caprus is like the strongest elf, Luthragon, the male? Well, Cartian is the strongest human by a mile. And
if she's Deborica, wouldn't that mean she has a hatred of all the living?
There is a very good explanation for that, and I'm glad you asked that, because we're going to touch upon it just in a moment.
Okay.
But Cartian is freaking insane, because she is what happens when your mortality cannot keep up with your aspiration for divinity. You know, that is such an important little bit, and let me just elaborate on this. So Cartian is a person who is beyond depressed, and she feels this empty void inside of her soul, this inside of her chest, and she is not able to fulfill her desires to become more powerful. And Cartian is not only done, it's a very important thing. Cartian is she tried to force herself to become an Idana. She was chasing immortality in a sense, and immortality through power. And the entirety of the idea was that she took the second strongest black spirit that we know of, a primordial black spirit. I'll put it on the thing. But Grim, do you recall? There is this trailer from Elezra from 2017. There's this black spirit sitting in front of a dark orb. Do you recall that? Maybe you've seen it. Perhaps not.
Isn't that Cartian's black spirit? And isn't that guarding the book of sorcery?
Precisely, it is him. It is precisely him.
Yeah.
And or it rather, and that is her black spirit. It's the second strongest we know of. Ours is the first one, and Wuju is, I guess, the third one. Although Wuju is on a whole different scale. But anyways, the idea here is that she tried to force herself to become an Idana, or in reality, there was no natural symbiosis here. She was forcing it to become an Idana. Let me tell you what happens when that happens. If you try to force the black spirit, he zaps you instantly and you die. So
amazing.
Amazing. So Cartian basically forced him into submission for hundreds of years in a simulation of an Idana. And that guy was revolting like mad, and he was killing her from the inside. He was shattering her body to pieces. And Cartian was essentially almost as if like a walking husk at one point, and she's written in a very depressing way, and she speaks about this horrible way that she feels, and all of that changes when she meets Caphras for the first time in Hexa when she is Deborica.
I thought she first met him on Ilia Island. Where's all this coming from?
Well, that is because she is first Deborica, then she is Cartian of Tarif, and then she is Gabriella of Ilia. Right, so
how did Caphras not recognize her then?
Yes, there's no recognize because that's the first time they met. So that's like about 300-ish, probably years ago, something like this. And
okay,
it was so insane because the moment Cartian gazed at him, and I quote her, he was mesmerizing. So Caphras lit a fuse under that woman so badly.
Got that Caphras riz.
Caphras was, yeah, that's when they met. They met for the first time in the Hexa Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm saying Caphras has got that riz.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, dude, listen, I spoke, our fellow content creator, Kiwi, she was reaching out to me, wondering if she could listen to the podcast while she's gaming, which was super cool. Thanks so much, Kiwi, if you are listening to this.
Yeah, we love Kiwi.
We love Kiwi, that Latina.
Anyways,
we're talking about Caphras, and I type in chat with her like, yo, Caphras is making me having considerations, and she looks and she's like, well, I don't blame you if you feel a little bit zesty for it, because I'm zesty too.
He has that effect.
He has that effect. But anyways, back to Cartian, or rather Deborica, which is like, first and foremost, for Cartian to be named Deborica is a Pandora's box, because to be named Deborica means to have an affiliation with the accessory, which is all over the world. And that is crazy, and that's what the video is all about. I'm not going to talk about it today, but they meet there, and she gets a thrive inside of her, which cures her depression. And it literally is, I am seeing, she is a gaping void, and he is an infinite being. It's something that I spoke about earlier. I saw you saw that video of mine. And those two work perfectly together because they become one. And that's one of the chemistries between them. It's so beautiful. And Cartian falls in mad love with him. And she knows that he doesn't give a crap because he is freaking Caphras. Like, he is beyond comprehension of a being, right? But in his infinity, she sees something that could fulfill her. And there is a selfishness here. Caphras doesn't care about her. He just uses her for knowledge, all that he could read in Hexa. And she is pivoting towards him because he is the only thing that she sees worthy of going towards. So there is this magnet thing happening here. So then Caphras leaves, and nobody knows where he goes in that precise time. Remember, this is 300 years ago, around a few years after, apparently, if we believe the old lore is true, where he landed through the tree. He's a servant of Kadum. He's not a good guy.
Yep.
Right? And at that particular time, Cartian goes with Alon Serbin and all that would follow away from Hexa, because Hexa Mary was like fearing her potential, rightfully so. And they got shooed away, and they basically found Tarif. And inside Tarif, things happen, and we get then that, you know, she partners with Elezra in a sense, I guess, and she seals the Book of Cartian, revokes the Black Spirit that was trying to kill her, and Elezra then moves on, etc., etc. And then she's like, I am done. She defeats the Cyclops, and she moves to Iliad to try and live the end of her life like a normal human being.
Just like Caphras did.
Just like Caphras did, and they met again. And they both described this as a good thing. They both described this. They had fun. They had plenty of fun. They loved. They really did. Caphras describes it as love. She describes it as love, but she is, you know, not to be stereotypical. She has her concerns concerning the past. And she thought that they were both wearing a mask. You know, she just can't trust this. But remember, Cartian doesn't know what love is. She knows attraction in a different way. And that's when Orwin is born, and we spoke about this in the Caphras episode. We know this in very big detail. And Cartian ends up losing herself in a very, very tragic way. It felt like she wanted to say to Orwin, I love you. And she never got to say this. And oh my goodness, Orwin is a stupid woman. I hate that character so much, Grim. I want to slap her. If Orwin was in front of me, I would have given her a hook of the century.
She knew everything to fix everything.
She knew everything to fix everything. So, for the people wondering, Cartian says that she faked her death in Ilia Island and left Orwin out of the grief, despair, and hatred. Hatred, Grim, right? Hatred, a very important bit. Because Caphras left her without saying something. Orwin has seen the contents of the Caphras journal where Caphras expresses he loves them so much. He begged Khadum to not hurt him. He was on his knees begging. That's Caphras. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do this, bro. For Caphras to be on his knees and beg, for a character with such magnitude to be desperate, is something different, bro. So he was begging, and Cartian didn't know about this journal. Orwin knew about it. If Orwin shared that with Cartian, all of this could have been avoided. Cartian's death could have been avoided. They could have went forward to the Caphras castle. They could have spoken with him. The family could be together, and that's a crazy family, dude. The strongest human in existence, if we don't count each other, because the moment you become a symbiote with the Black Spirit, you're essentially a Nippo baby, unfortunately. But Cartian is the strongest human, with Caphras the strongest Luthragon, and then the Dark Heart, which is essentially what was it called? Not a ridiculous term. Basically a term that's supposed to put someone down. It's like a, what do you call it, dude? Jesus Christ. Derogatory term, my bad. Derogatory term.
There we go. I was about to say it, but you got it.
Yeah, it's a derogatory term for mixed race humans, right? Because Cartian, a Luthragon Cartian and a Luthragon essentially create a human. And Orwin is not a Ganel. She is not a Ganel. She is a human Luthragon. So people call her Ganel because they just don't know better. They don't know her nature.
Yeah.
And Orwin could have simply said, that's not true. And all of that could have gone through. And then Cartian dies, or presumably.
Yeah, I don't think she's dead. She's immortal.
Not immortal, though. She's not immortal. Her body is in a slowly decaying state, but it's not like a human lifetime span state. The Black Spirit damaged her internally so bad to the point where she's like walking around and she's like falling to pieces. And that's one of the things about Cartian which I wanted to speak about is Cartian expresses herself as a decomposing in like a cracking state. Think of it like, imagine that you're walking through and cracks start appearing. Oh, remember, yes. Remember that Pirates of the Caribbean movie with that Spanish captain played by Javier Bardem. He was playing this captain that he was like cracking and he was moving and he was like white and black and his teeth were black. And essentially he was missing bits of his self and they were levitating away from him. That's kind of the same thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it, you're gonna see it once we upload the podcast episode. But it kind of feels like the same thing. Cartian is a significantly different based on what they drew her on. And I even made a Reddit post about it. I was like, this is what a lore accurate Cartian would be looking like if basically PA followed that narrative, but they chose to make her pretty. But Cartian can put on visages. She learned this from Caphras, which is very important. So the Cartian that we see, that we fight, might not be her.
Yeah, chat.
Like how she
might not be Booba.
Because she wore a visage of a sorceress in the beginning.
She did, yeah.
Yeah, and then she showed something different.
Be a
and,
withering old lady.
She wouldn't like to be seen as a crippled woman, God knows how old. Cartoon can't say her piece. She ends up probably dying, and now we gotta move to the OG, to Himothy, to himself, to Kafris, and wow, I was, dude, I don't care about if I sound a little bit like a bitch, but I cried during that question. I don't give a fuck that I did. Honestly, this was peak to me. I've waited 7 years to see this guy. I've waited 7 years to see all of those things unfold the way they unfolded. And they unfolded with such a twist to the point where I wasn't prepared for it, which made it even a lot more exciting. And I don't care that it created so many lore issues. It was perfect the way it is, and now Pearl Abyss will fix them. We know that they will.
It was so well done.
It was so well done. The animation, the talking, the voice acting is what I mean. And also, Goyen. Yeah, Goyen came through.
Yep, you can chat.
So, you know, Pearl Abyss are trying to figure out something about Goyen, and they've made him immortal. Goyen's will and resolve has made him immortal, and he cannot die up until despair is outside of this world. So that's in the Magnus finale. When we went there, we fight Goyen at the end. By the way, crazy skill set. What the hell? That was
Goyen
such
fight's
a cool
really good,
fight
Chad.
to
Have
be
you
a
done
part of. I honestly think they should make that into a boss that you go every week to kill, just for fun. It's so fun. It's such a cool fight. And
Yep.
Goyen is a Chad. Goyen is a warrior Chad. What a Chad that guy is. So
Because he's British.
is he British? Oh, he has a British accent.
He is, yeah.
Kind of Welsh in a sense. Yeah, you're right. So
There you go,
we
Chad.
go into the Magnus and we meet Goyen at the end, and he says that he will not die until despair is out of the world. Essentially, he's protecting us against Hadun, and he sits in front of this tree, and he knows that on the other side of this tree is an Aduir fortress, and Aduir is fallen. We know that for a fact. Grim, I'm not sure if you kept up with that. Aduir is
No, you told me
completely
the
gone.
other day.
Yeah, it's so sad. We thought that it was alive, but Aduir has completely fallen. The Luthragon are near extinct, which means that we know that there are 5 Luthragons in existence. So we have the Node Manager in Camasylvia. We have the Luthragon at the Kum Temple. We had the Luthragon at Muqueen, which is there. We have Kavris, that's the 4th one, and we have the Luthragon Elder. So it's 5 and I guess 6 with Archer. 6
We forgot Marnie. Archer, yeah.
Luthragons in the entirety of the world. Only 6 are left, which is so tragic. And Aduir is falling, and Goyen doesn't really know about it, but it doesn't matter to him because he wants to keep that sealed. And we go with Goyen, and I think Laffy? Was Laffy with us? Yeah, Laffy was with us, but he was hiding all the time. Stupid freaking dwarf. Anyways, Laffy was definitely just a weirdo. He's a thief as well. Anyways... If people wonder why I call Laffy a thief, all of the treasure pieces that we collect within the game is basically him stealing records of Orzeka to recreate. So yeah, not sure if you knew that, Grim, actually. Maybe you did.
Maybe we should bring up those derogatory terms again. Damn dwarf.
Stupid dwarf. Without the adventures map, because that's Capris's map. But anyways, maybe he just remade it or something. I don't know. With that being said, the idea of Goyen being there in Orwyn, and we're going through and we're meeting, and we get the most crazy twist, which we didn't even need, to be completely honest, but let me set this up. So within the Kafris episode, we speak about how Kafris is going throughout the world and he's seeing people warning them about him, but he hasn't been here for a while. You know, it's like we go into the ancient stone chamber, and all of the slates are roughly about 150 years old. They mark the Crown Castle explosion, but the slates are dated at the very least 300 years old. So that's before him. So the slates are warning of a future event. So there's like a premonition of the future here. And Capris doesn't know what to do about it, and it's never really stated what he thinks about it, but you can piece one and one together that he's probably like, okay. And prior to that, he's in Valencia and he finds scrolls there which warn of his coming and for people to fear him. So it's like something is haunting the guy. And what is haunting the guy turns up being the Crown Castle explosion and Kavris not knowing what he did that day. And we get to recreate the slates of the ancient stone chamber within the Idania region, the continent itself, and we get the original ancient stone chamber slates with all the additional information inside of them. So it turns out that the Crown Castle explosion was not summoning Hadum. it kind of, Khadum spoke that day, but in reality what he did was, the Coral Castle explosion was summoning a Black Spirit invasion attempt. And when the spirits started coming through the portal, one entered Noir Bertali, and it was a primordial Black Spirit for all we know, because they kind of do this. And when Noir Bertali dies, he gets sent back over 8,000 years ago. So for the people that want, this is before Sage, this is before Zakea, Kabua, before, like when I say Kabua, bro, this potentially leads to 12,000 years ago. And
so for those that don't know, chat, when you become an Idana, you are given a second life, but your second life starts in any like date. You can go thousands of years back, thousands of years forward, whatever. When we become an Idana, it was only a few years. You're in history, and it's only a few years later we wake up.
It's insane. It is completely insane. And something that they speak about is that Noir Bertali is technically, he's not the first Idana, because he is an Idana that was resurrected to go back, right? So he became an Idana in present time, he died, and he went back. The same way has happened with us. When Elezra stabbed us in history,
there you go.
We basically got a primordial Black Spirit, and he was like, yo, let's have a deal. And we were like, I guess. And now we're experiencing Black Desert. So basically that's what happened. But the reality is that Noir Bertali gets sent back such a long time ago, and he is confirmed to be King Kabua, and I fucking hate this so much.
Yeah, when you read the Kabua for artifacts, that's where the theory comes from.
Indeed. So the King Kabua thing is that essentially Noir Bertali founded the kingdom of Kabua, which Sage was a part of. Now Sage was either Austrian or Kabuan, and it doesn't matter which one it was.
An artifact of King Kabua, who voluntarily chose to rest eternally with his kingdom by turning himself into a Kive.
Truly, it doesn't matter.
Who uses a Kive, chat?
Neither for my theory or your theory, but the thing here is that
and this is before Sage
messing around with this, and they're not really understanding,
so how
in my
they do
opinion,
that?
Where that
unless
really
he
leads.
was a Sage.
You cannot have Sage be the kingdom of Kabua because that is before him. So the entirety of the Sage thing concludes with a very important thing, is that Sage 1 and Sage 2 are stuck in a loop while nobody knows where Sage 3 is, and there is all of a sudden a king who became a Kabua artifact, which is essentially the Sage artifact. And now
so that was Sage 3.
That's just a horrible thing to try.
So if that was Sage 3, that means Noir Bertali is a Sage.
Explain. You just can't explain it because those are two separate time frames. They happen at two separate times. So you can't.
And the Sage we see in the main story when you're doing Adania, in the Adana and the Godslayer armor, and he's saying quotes like, too soon, I reckon that is Noir himself.
You cannot justify him being Sage when Sage is further into the future in like significant.
That's my theory.
What if he's the original Sage? Like the Sage before the Sage?
Yeah.
Well, that's like 4,000 years apart. You know?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's time travel.
Possible.
I hate it. I could not shut you down. I cannot.
He might. Our Sage might be considered a Decima to him.
Yeah, true.
Oh man, I hate it.
This guy's speaking facts.
The thing here is that Noir Bertali is actually the person who has created the scrolls, the slates, and he's warning the world for Kafris, and he is cursing him because he wanted immortality, and now he is cursed to go back in time, not be immortal, be in a place. But Noir Bertali is a character, bro. So he is the founder of Kabua, and not just that. This means that the Bertali lineage, by technicality, because of the Black Spirit shenanigans, is the longest lineage. It's like the Emperor of the World type lineage. So
yeah, so cool.
And also, while we are on the topic of Bertali, Igor Bertali is actually a freaking Chad. I don't know if you played the Hero Academia. No, what is it? The Hero School thing update that they did. It's actually quests with so many cutscenes inside, and Igor Bertali is essentially whooping his own ass, his own son's ass in sword combat. It's so funny. You haven't seen this, probably you haven't played it, but I have it recorded. I'll probably cover it at some point in time. But the Adventurers Academy, yes, the Adventurers Academy. So that's super fun. And we move a little bit going further, and we see a lot of cutscenes, and Kafris essentially tells us about his journeys within this world. He tells us about being all over the world. He hints at things left and right, and a very important thing, Grim, is that he speaks about Aduir falling. And we get the second image of Hadum that we've ever had, and it is Hadum being summoned, and that's a little bit of a not true thing, but probably sort of rewriting this lore.
It doesn't make sense.
Why they're doing it, but I guess
Kaphras didn't exist when that happened.
Depth to it. We see Kaphras being when Hadum was summoned in.
That's the retcon we're talking about.
That's not happening because Kaphras was born a long while afterwards, according to his own journal. So,
yeah, that's conflicting.
That is very conflicting. So there's this portal that opens up and you see Hadum coming through, and the Luthragons are like eyes open wide in despair and insanity. And within the lore, this is Ulukita knowledge from Society of Equilibrium. Those that did not die instantly at the sight of it grew insane by the moment. What a freaking quote, dude.
Yeah, Hadum is so cool.
Hadum is insane, and you know, Hadum being confirmed to be female once more. We do see how that looks, and Kaphras does indeed fight. Like all of the things afterward do indeed take place, but we saw this, and I spoke about this when they started teasing Kaphras. They called him the first Luthragon, which implies, you know, he's the first Luthragon that set foot in our world, which is canonically true and still is. But I think they're setting him up for being the first Luthragon ever. Like the first copy, the first.
Yeah, they're retconning a little bit.
Yeah, so they're rewriting some stuff. What sounds of it?
Yeah, it's kind of hinted at this. But from then on, we see Kaphras just trying to fend off, and he is sitting in front of devastated Aduir, like just completely devastated Aduir. And everything that happens afterwards, he accepts Hadum's servitude, the fallen god thing, the Deneve, and the ambush, and all the things. And then he comes into that world, and it begins, and it just being essentially confirmed that that has happened. And then we get inside the castle when we speak about him, and you get an understanding of how much of a grand character that guy is. And when we got there, you know, I have read a lot of fan fiction. I've read a lot of fiction. I'm a member of this website where people create random stories and they ask other people for their opinion, and I rate them, and it's just something that I really like doing. I don't think I've spoken to you about this, but I really like to read. I really like to read, and I have read the majority of it, and I know so much about games lore in general, and I can tell you, with a clean state of mind and absolutely no shadow of a doubt, if I have a top 3 most favorite characters within any mythos of any single thing that I've read, and I've read, dude, hundreds of books, like approaching a few hundreds of books, dude, Kaphras is, if not number 1, he's in top 3. If not number 1, he's in top 3. That guy is larger than the game itself, and it's such a shame. It's such a shame that the gaming community doesn't know about him. It's preposterously crazy. So we meet Kaphras, and he is, you know, every single king that I'm not a king, but every single king of the castles, I guess, every single one of them, the kings of Idana, the 5, always goes up from their throne and meets us. Nah, Kaphras sitting. We ain't worthy yet. And he's like aura farming. He's just speaking random things. He doesn't care. You need to understand that guy has been through everything and all. He understands time-space continuum. So to him,
yeah, we're pretty insignificant compared to him.
Absolutely, and he shows us precisely why. So first and foremost, he tries to kill Orwen, although that's Kaphras, and he probably wasn't really testing her. He just knew that nothing's gonna happen. And Orwen thinks, that stupid girl, thinks that you can shoot Kaphras' own weapon at him. For the people that do not know, the origin of Ancient Light is created by Kaphras. It is his and his own thing to take. So Orwen shoots the origin of Ancient Light, which is, by the way, within our lore and mythos, the strongest weapon within our arsenal. There's nothing stronger than this. And you don't want to shoot the origin of Ancient Light. Essentially, she sacrificed the weapon. That moment, Orwen just took it, shot it at Kaphras, and it created this huge explosion. Plot twist, Kaphras just held it in his hand, and he was like, by the way, who do you think created this? It was I. And he snaps his finger, and it explodes in his hand, and it's like the coolest aura farm moment, dude. And he speaks at that moment. Actually,
Same
he didn't
laugh,
say that he
goddammit.
created this. He said, "Who do you think created the Knights of Dawn?" It was I. And he snaps his fingers, and the Origin of Ancient Lights creates a small explosion within his hands. And that's one of the biggest aura farms, because this confirms that Kafris meddles with time and space, which makes him even more crazy, because Grim, we know that the Knights of Dawn were from approximately, who knows, maybe like 6,000 years ago. So Kafris wasn't here at that time, so he was doing things from the future to try and impact the past, so that the past rewrites itself into resolve the issue with Hidum. So that's a, that's a crazy thing to see. And there is a little bit of a theory around that. See, everybody notices how the castles in Edania are not really looking natural, right? They're like out of place. They're like, okay, what is this? Like, how is there a big castle amidst everything and it's like popping from the ground? That's because they're not supposed to be there. Something happened which spawned them to be there for them. And we think that this is the blessing of Hidum. Hidum essentially created fortresses for them. And the castle of Zephyros, we do believe is something probably reminiscing upon Aduir. Possibly. We don't really know. But typically, if you look into the architecture of things, it kind of reminisces, if you look in the Famari with the water and everything, you look at Jordine with the lightning, you look at, Anslar with the Lancius coming from the ground, it plays on upon their fantasies. And
yeah, it's very reminiscent of their topography.
Absolutely, the topography, well said. And one of the things which I cannot comprehend is we went all out, not on Kafris, but on a clone, and we didn't even know. That is the crazy.
Did you know that? Everyone's saying about Kafris being easy and everything. You were fighting a clone the whole time. You were fighting a mirage, like a fraction of his power.
Easiest thing about Kafris, because at the first stage of the Kafris fight, when he engages you, basically when we shoot Origin of Ancient Light, he kind of gets pissy, and he said, he said, I showed you mercy once and you wouldn't have it. And when he said it, goosebumps came at the back of my neck. It happened right now as I told you this, and Kafris just starts coming out, and he turns into this big beast type thing, and it's a whatever form, and then we defeat that form, and we start having a fight with him, and when we defeat him, turns out that it's not him, it was a clone, and Kafris just teleports behind us, and pretty much on pen and paper kills us. So people don't really know this, because they don't really do the question. They think that the ones that are in Zephyros, the few people that can kill Kafris, I'm not sure why PA did that. It makes no sense for those fights to be like this. They have more phases within the storyline that they have in combat. It's so weird, and we're disgruntled by it. I think we've shared our opinions on this.
Absolutely.
But Kafris basically pulls out the heart of Adamagia from Elezra, and I think this was their plan. Elezra was to give the heart of Adamagia to unlock it so that she could give it to Kafris. Although that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's so crazy. There's other things about the heart of Adamagia, yet we see plenty of heart of Adamagias inside Edania. There's a different bit of them. There's a lot of sage architecture, which is essentially Kabuan architecture. And Kafris pulls out Heart of Adamagia, stuns us, we cannot move, and he starts draining the Black Spirit away from us, and he does. Which means that we die instantly, because when we don't have a Black Spirit, the deal stops, and we die, because we are only alive because of him. And Elezra comes through in that particular moment, shoves...
Kafris is so powerful, chat. He can literally break our symbiosis with our Black Spirit, which will kill us instantly.
Her Black Spirit staff, which is essentially the staff of the second strongest Black Spirit, inside the heart. It explodes, and Kafris cannot believe what just happened, because he recognizes this. He knows what this is all about. And then
we only lived because Sylvia let us live.
Sequence of combat within our freaking game. Because we get to become the king in that particular moment. But remember, Kafris is immortal. No matter what we throw at him, he will not die. He is immortal in body, he is immortal in soul. This will stall perpetually. And we throw all of the things that we have in him, and eventually he drops on the ground, And Elezra comes through, and she kind of comes through in such a particular moment, and all of a sudden, somehow, like, our body kind of doesn't, all of a sudden, like, we were whooping his ass as a king of Idana, and all of a sudden we just kind of, like, spaz a little bit, and we lose control over it when Elezra arrives, which is a very interesting thing. And finally, dude, you know, Elezra does the Elezra step, which is one of the craziest thing ever. For people wondering what the Elezra step is, Elezra is known to be able to stop time. That is, I spoke about this in my Elezra is a God video, which is, I'm so happy that turned out to be true. What a theory that was. And Elezra does the stop in time, which means that Elezra can literally, let me just explain for people that don't know. Elezra was with us all this time. It's how she appears around us at any point in time where she wants to. She is with us because she stops time and she moves around us so that she is never seen. She is constantly watching. She is constantly around us. She doesn't ever leave us. That's like, she is kind of like hampering us to be the king of Idana with her assistance. That's the entirety of this thing, this metaphor. And Elezra does the step, which means she stops time, she walks past us, and she gets to Kafris. And we're wondering why at that moment. And Kafris looks to her, he grabs her hand and says, "Mother." And I lose my shit. Oh man, that was a crazy.
Yeah, we knew straight away she's Sylvia at that point.
Yeah, that's when we learned shit.
Yes, and Kafris at that point, he decides to shed his mortal coil. He no longer needs that, so he reunites with his mother, which is always what he wanted to do. Kafris was desperate for the love of Sylvia. He was desperate for ever just to hear his mother and to see his mother. That's what he wanted. And Elezra turns around us. We're confused what's going on. She pulls out the cloak and she reveals that she is indeed Sylvia. And the ending of Black Desert Arc 1 is precisely this very moment, although we still have a few things to go through, like separate, you know, side plots, etc., like Dania Part 2 and Dawnbreak, etc. But that is the craziest thing. The craziest thing, like the recap of Idania and Kafris and everything is absolutely insane. And here is the craziest bit about this Grim, because the craziest reveal is not around Kafris, for Elezra to admit that she is Sylvia, because she then tells us that her doom is also Sylvia, and everybody is a little bit confused, and she explains that she was shattered by her children. Now, if we go back in time and we look into how the Elven mythos came to be, the Vidir, formerly the Vidir, now the Ahibs, they expressed that the greed of the spirits shattered Sylvia with the help of the Ganels. And Elezra tells us that her children shattered her. So the Ahibs confirm this, and the Elezra encounter confirms this, which means that the Ganels are the pieces of shit. Now, that's a very cool thing. And also, by the way, Grim, Ibidor is responsible for the things that happened in Star's End. Ibidor was the person who essentially caused the entirety of the War of the Roses, which, if you remember, is a conflict based on the premise of something very important. There are two factions which are rebellious factions within the Ganels and the Ahibs.
Just so everyone keeps up with this, these are the Ganels, Sylvia. The Ahibs are Audraxia. Just to make so you know what we're saying, basically.
Ganel faction are basically led by Narchilian, and the Amelia the Mad, that's the queen that took over Catherine by killing her. And the Star's End quest chain and the Altar of Blood things and everything that happens in there is for them to try and meddle with the God-Aride magic, and Amelia gets sacrificed to God-Aride. And on the other side, the Sephirahibs are led by Sephir. You know, in War of the Roses, you get to see her as well. She's pretty great as well. Powerful character. The Sephirahibs, all of those, both of them worship Hadum. And what the elves try, and this is, by the way, all happening through Ibidor. Ibidor is the originator of this entire conflict. And what happens was the elves go in a civil conflict to cleanse those who wish to summon Hadum, saying that Hadum is Sylvia and the other elves don't trust them. What the actual...
That's crazy.
That is insane. So everything that when the Sefer calls that Hadum is the mother of retribution, and Viorenciodor is like, you're insane, but I have to deal with you because I cannot stand another conflict within my people. Sefer is telling the truth.
It was
Sefer
the truth, chat.
paid the price canonically. She lost. The first War of the Roses was won by the Ganels, and essentially, canonically
is
speaking,
Sylvia.
Sefer should have died. But we're not sure if Pearl Abyss will confirm this. We want to know who is the winner of that conflict, but it doesn't matter who the win is because both of those worship Sylvia as the mother of retribution. And the elves want to kill them because they do not believe this to be true because it's Ibidor. Ibidor told the truth and he sparked the most brutal conflict within the elves. This entire genocide which they're doing, the elven genocide, is freaking brutal. And no wonder Elezra doesn't set foot in Kama Sylvia and Odilita do. We never get to see her. She's not a part of those stories. If you think about it, she's never there.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, think about the amount of despair that would generate from that too.
Exactly, and she wants to stay away from Hadum to the best of her ability because she's not strong enough to take on Hadum. She needs us to do it. And
That's why she wouldn't do the 3 days of darkness. Doesn't make sense.
Oh my goodness. So the elven conflict of them killing their own sisters because the mother of retribution is Sylvia, which it is technically by, it makes sense. Hadum is Sylvia, Elezra is Sylvia, they're just 2 bits of her. And it just went so crazy because the elves are killing one another over nothing. Over absolutely nothing.
It's actually nothing. That's crazy.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. But we haven't spoken in detail about the War of the Roses. That will come in the distant future. We'll see when, because we have a lot of topics prior to this. We still have to go through Dragon Lore. We have to go through Histra. We have so many things. But a very important thing we have to talk about right now, Grim, is then who is the Thornwood Goddess and who is the Dark Goddess? Now, that is where things crumble. This is what we spoke with Pearl Abyss about. The lore keepers were like, guys, it doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't make sense in a good way because, Grim, if you remember how we started the Orzeka episode with the Song of Tunta, remember that one?
Yeah, Song of Tunta and the Child of Thorns and everything.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the thing, that it no longer makes sense because that became the Thornwood Goddess, which is now Hadum. So Hadum is here.
Yeah.
So Hadum being summoned, however, it can be Sylvia. Because Hadum was shattered into our world and Hadum chose to exit our world and to go inside Elvia as the Mother of Retribution. So that can be in fact it. But then the Dark Goddess, who? Elezra. Elezra is definitely the Dark Goddess. So it could be that they were the same entity working at the same time, and it could be that the Thornwood Goddess simply disappeared into Elvia and then the Dark Goddess took over, but it doesn't make a lot of sense because they do this different things. Ors confirms that the Dark Goddess was freed and she built the Kuturan. But in fact, it was the Thornwood Goddess. So those things no longer work and I don't want to meddle with them. Pearl Abyss need to fix them. And we'll see if they decide to fix them. But Grim, we have one very important topic which we have to talk about. Altar of Blood.
Yeah, that's coming, apparently. We'll go there again.
That is coming. We're gonna go there again. And I think this is the way you phrased it is perfect because we're gonna go there again. I don't think this is a matter of an update, which is going to be essentially, we removed Altar of Blood because it didn't work in the past, which I'm not even sure if that's even remotely close to the truth. It worked, it just it had its issues.
People loved it.
People loved it. They retconned the entire thing and now they're bringing it back. But I think that they're not going to bring it back as in, let's rework the old story. No, I think we're getting back to the Altar of Blood. So we've already went once and now we're going to go back to it, which is great. Because I spoke about this recently, there's a new model of Caphras. We have no idea what's going on. It's been data mined, and I can't wait to see it. And there are quite a lot of things are being uploaded. Remember, it's supposed to happen in March, which is not a lot of time up until then.
Yep.
And it's gonna have its own story. We're seeing files being uploaded, Altar of Blood files. It's like reworked from head to top, and I can't wait for it because there is a very important hanging plot right now, and Pearl Abyss are building up Xarka once more, and I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. Our boy Xarka, he did nothing.
So, the importance of the Altar of Blood is the last time we saw Caphras, he made a what be the word? Like replica. There we go. He made a replica of the Gem of Imbalance, which allows you to enter the Altar of Blood. If you don't know what the Altar of Blood is, think of it as like the world between. So it's kind of like when you die, depending on what kind of like essential being you are, you get sent to the Altar of Blood. Think of it as like the Twisting Nether in World of Warcraft. So the importance of the Altar of Blood is that the last time we saw Caphras, he entered the Altar of Blood, and that was it. And now he's in Adania. Like, how did he get from the Altar of Blood to Adania? And the most prominent figure outside of Caphras in our lore resides in the Altar of Blood, and that is Zarka, the God of Hope. So that's a really big, like, question mark that's going to be filled with the Altar of Blood update.
Wrong. He did nothing wrong.
For God of Hope.
Poor God of Hope. That is insane. That poor God.
Dark Army incoming, maybe.
Zarka. He was the wrong. He's like.
My prediction, Adex, is we go back in time, probably because we lose the fight to Hadum. We fail to realign Elezra as a whole being of Sylvia. I think we fail and Hadum wins, and then we go back in time to change events so we have a better chance for the future. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to go back to the era of the Ozeka Kingdom, Ozeka Empire, and we're going to meet Zarka, the God of Hope. And it's gonna have something to do with preventing the Knights of Dawn from killing Zarka with the Unix Flame. And we use Zarka as our like weapon to help use Sylvia whole again. Zarka is the grandson of Sylvia, because he's made through the Couturon tree.
King of being wrong done.
Yeah, that's my prediction.
But we don't want to spoil that, because that will happen in its own episode. Although we did speak about Ozeka, but I guess we can say something from the Seraph bit. Kazarka confirms that he was a good god. Kazarka confirmed that he was benevolent. He confirmed that the corruption of his flesh was not his own doing. He admits that he was burned to a crisp. All that you see that Kazarka is, that red, and all of those stones a part of him are the fused element of the temple, which they burned on top of it, and they collapsed on top of it. So Kazarka was burned alive and then shoved into the abyss. And so many things happened afterwards. And you know, the topic of Kazarka having a black spirit shard, oh my god, what a rabbit hole. That is a 1-hour episode as well. It's insane.
Ooh.
But what makes it crazy is, without jumping onto the thing, we just got to finish this particular segment, is that Elezra comes afterwards and says, by the way, I gave you a shard, didn't I? It's like, what the hell did you
very well could be.
Are you Kazarka?
What?
Yeah, like, are you, like, how does that work? And I'll tell you how it works. Sylvia was shattered into Hadum and Elezra. One of them is the Thornwood Goddess, the other one is the Dark Goddess, whichever one of which gave birth to the Couturon, and the Couturon has the essence of Sylvia. Sylvia gave birth to Kazarka. Kazarka is essentially a grandson of Sylvia, in a sense.
Yep.
So when she says, I gave you a shard, could be that Kazarka is the hope of Sylvia, because Hadum is the insanity of Sylvia, Elezra is the reason of Sylvia, Kazarka is the hope of Sylvia. Like, a lot of things are happening in BDO's lore, and I'm gonna tease something right now, and I'm very, very upset with it, and I want people to understand why I'm upset with it. Recently, Pearl Abyss started moving gods from male to female, and I don't like that.
Yeah, they did. Like Lord Elion, not male, that's no longer the case.
Yeah. And they did it in such a nonchalant way. Basically, they went with a very silly YouTube video on the Korean page, and they said that everybody worshipped the goddess Elion. And I got so pissed, and everybody in the lore section got so pissed. We started ranting like wild, and lo and behold, the next week update came through, and they did Agris female as well. Agris was the messenger of God, and Agris was male, and now they did Agris female as well. And they didn't just do that with a saying. No, they redacted Agris's entire lore. Nowhere it says that he's Lord, nowhere it says that he's male. Now it's the goddess Agris. So from God, goddess, etc., etc. And there is a very popular theory that everyone is Sylvia.
Una gods.
And that the black spirit are the potential blood of Sylvia. Remember what Tunta said, the bloodless lips? right?
Oh, he did, yeah. He said mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And also he said that she will transcend time. Remember that? So
Yeah.
the Black Spirit transcends time, the Bloodless Lips, right? That's a very niche little catch. Although the Song of Tunta is obsolete because Thornwood Goddess, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so many things happening right now within the lore, and there's so much to talk about. But this episode is way over 1 hour. We did our due diligence to do an Idania recap with an emphasis on Caphras, of course. And we didn't go too much into the details. Obviously, when time comes and we start doing the Balanos things and we start talking about Jardine, we'll do Rusalka and Slar with the Calphion, etc.
We'll show what we think Kazaka looks like, by the way.
Isolated in their own way, so that people can
A
get
little
more
minute here.
precise, or like concise, I think is the better word, right? When something is packed up in a better way.
I do have 2 questions before we wrap up.
Of course, please.
Okay, so who is the sage we're seeing in Adania?
All right. Oh, that's such a good thing. I almost forgot about that. So, okay, when we do the Fallen God question, thank you so much for reminding me this, because this was in the notes and I totally forgot about it. Yeah, I'm stupid. When
Good.
yeah, good job, by the way. That's what a co-host does, all right? That's what. So, whenever we do the not the Fallen God, pardon me, the King of Idana, the Godslayer armor question, Lofty Bed Mountain basically says, oh my god, Caphras is a vicious animal, because he was translating a particular tablet or like a script, and Caphras went into Ataraxian at one point, and he said that he needed someone to operate the armor instead of him, because he couldn't handle the armor of the power of the armor, because only Idanas can handle this power, and only a King of Idana can truly comprehend its abilities. And Caphras was wearing this armor, and he was trying to fight Hadum. Like, Caphras actually had an encounter with Hadum in this armor, which is like a what? But it was never mentioned outside of this quest. It's insane. It's absolutely crazy indeed. And one of the things that he says is that he went into Ataraxian because he had to find someone to be able to, at the very least, walk inside of it, because he couldn't. And he said, and it says inside, I found something within Ataraxian that could be of use to me. I carved flesh and sinew alike to create something that could operate it.
This is what BDO lore is, chat. I know we see whimsical shies and, you know, academies and cooking outfits and everyone's happy and laughing. The lore is some of the darkest shit I've ever read. This is the kind of shit that happens in the lore.
Essentially, he found the Kives, and he found the Sage recreation thing, and we don't know what precisely he did, but the reason for which in Idania question we see the power of Idania, of the Godslayer armor being operated by Sage, is because Caphras went into Ataraxian, he created a Sage copy and placed it inside of it, and kind of as if lobotomized it or something like this, just so it could operate. So that's the answer to that, and it's insane because do you know something very important? Do you remember when we go inside Ataraxian, specifically with the Ores bit, and we don't find the bodies of the Dekimas that are just sitting there in the dead state?
Yeah, they're not in their little, like, chambers.
Yep, only Ores is there. Caphras did something. We don't know if that is truly what happened. Our dear lore keeper, Volcorn Beat, actually went into the Korean
Watch Reggie fastest way, talk to everybody, discover every node, do the main stories. Get C rank on mobs. Easy.
Translation of this to try and find a lot more detail, and there was a little bit of weird translations that don't make any sense, but in reality what it states is that in the Korean translation was that he basically used the Sage body. But in our translation it's hinted that he didn't use the Sage body, whatever flesh he found, and the only flesh, because remember there is no flesh that can be recreated inside those Kives, because that process is done, right?
Yeah, so
the only
use the
flesh
Decumus.
there, exactly, he used the Decumus, but we don't know which one it is, and it doesn't really matter. Both of them are freaking horrific. It doesn't matter.
That's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. So he carves flesh and sinew, and that's about it. And what about the second question?
You gonna show people your concepts of Zaka?
Oh, we can actually do this, but it's not really my concept. I meddled around with AI like a fiend.
Okay, Chad, you want to see? Just see what we think Azaka looks like. we think Zaka is alabaster skin color. Because this is God of Hope. Probably a female. This is Zaka, the God of Hope, and what we think he may or may not look like. So he's going to be alabaster skin and covered in anointed golden jewelry. And you have the same sage glow eyes the sage has. So we think this is what Zaka's going to look like. If we do go back in time, and we go back to the Ozeka Empire time, this is what we think Zaka's going to look like during that time period, before he was destroyed with the Unix Flame.
So let me tell you people what I did. So what I do is I do smart works with AI.
Oh, human? No.
I don't like the idea of AI ripping people off. I really don't enjoy it. But unfortunately in video, we don't have that fan base to have the passion yet. I'm hosting right now an art contest where I'm trying to get people excited to start reading and drawing lore figures and lore designs and everything like concept art. So the Pearl Abyss could get excited as well and, you know, just show the love for the game. And yep. I essentially do outlines, and I give those outlines to the AI art, and I gave them the original Belmorn and Kazarka summoning, and I did an outline over the top of it. So basically I just provided an outline, and then I gave it to AI art, and I gave them the original images, and I told them essentially, can you please do this, this, and that for me? So after about, I think it was like 20 or 30 prompts, he spewed out the image that you see above, and this is what I imagine as the perfect Kazarka during the time of Ozeka, when he was the only light inside, when he was the benevolent god.
Yeah, I hope it looks like that, like the alabaster skin, the golden.
Yes.
It's so good.
Yes, it is so absolutely insane. And the AI art, bro, is going out of its way, because the first time you saw it, you couldn't guess it's AI. There's no hint of it. It's like, this is a quality, crazy piece. There is barely any errors inside. There's barely any things that you could say, oh my god, here's the sixth finger. You know, those days are
yeah,
gone.
well, it's the third hand, you know.
Yeah, third hand, sixth finger, you know, things blurred together. AI art is going outside. And sooner or later, you know, Pearl Abyss are using it, and they're actually starting to learn how to use it properly without slop, right? Yep. Slop is the very important bit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of this episode. It was so good to be back with you, Grim. I really miss doing this, man.
Yeah, we do it more regularly.
We shall do our best. No promises to do them as regularly as possible. But yeah, everybody, please like and subscribe. I beg of you, please do share this with your friends. Make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you check all of our social media. Yeah. Grim, where can they find you, dude?
I stream on Twitch, same name. Grimkill. All right, and you guys know where to find me. I'm Verdict the Mystic at Verdict Loves You everywhere across all social media, and you guys can find me there. But for now, see you guys. Bye bye. Later. He said Verdict the Mystic. He's supposed to say Verdict the Seraph. There you go. There you go. All right, it's pretty sick, right? Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, I gotta fix this window capture now. Transform. Hit the screen. There we go. Ready for next time. All right. Good shit. Yep, that is a. Imagine the lore is a mountain of snow. That is a snowflake of that mountain. That's to give you an idea, chat. So when everyone's spamming R and all that, I get it. You know, the quest thing, you don't really want to read it, blah, blah, blah. But if someone sits down and reads you the story, you're like, holy shit, that's so good. Because that's the lore. You know, you know. Oh shit. Oh wait, didn't open the other ones. Oh shit, right. It's alright, we get 10 mil per one of these. We got like 200 and something mil here. Got some of these little cookies. Oops, let me do that. But that is the law, chat. It's very fucking good. Also, let me link the channel. If you want to listen to all the previous episodes. We are trying to make them regular again, so eventually we'll have a compendium of all the lore. You can just sit there and listen to every episode while you grind. That's the whole idea of them. It's supposed to be something in your ear while you grind and play the game. And then you can actually understand the game and what everything is. That's what we try and do. It's called the Grim Verdict because, well, I'm Grim, he's Verdict, and the outcome of most BDO lore is a Grim Verdict. It's usually some of the things that happen in the lore, you think that can't get any worse, and it gets worse. But the Ulzeka episode, that gives you a very good idea of what it's like. Like sacrificing children and shit? Yeah. Crazy. Alright, chat. Put my camera on quickly so you can see. Oh yeah, let me put these back on. Whoop. Okay, hello. So, I have naan bread. I have a poppadom. And I have curry. So, that's my dinner. I'll be having that in a minute. Well, what's going to sound actually interesting though, I spam R? Yeah. Imagine some billionaire cat who's swiping 2 million euros. I'd make an anime series of BDO if I was a billionaire. Dude, it would make such a crazy fucking anime series. So far, PA's doing the whole audiobook approach. I mean, it's working. A lot of people understand, like, some basic stuff now. But it's crazy, bro. It's so good. But, you know, are spam. I get it. I'm not upset people are spam. I understand. It's, like I said, the lore's not very well portrayed. It's a story that's really good, but it's just not told very well. You kind of have to go out your way to understand the story, which, you know, not a lot of people are going to do, right? So, yeah. So far, they are milking and making CD. Alright, so I'm probably going to eat my dinner, burn my energy. And then I might go hang out with the kids for a bit. That's my plan. So with that, I'm probably going to wrap up. I appreciate you boys hanging out today. I appreciate your subs, resubs, follows, and especially your time. Hopefully you learned a little bit about the, you know, the BDO lore and everything and what it's about and all that good stuff. And let me find you somebody to raid you into. I appreciate you hanging out with me today. I'll be raiding you into another BDO streamer, so if you have a drop story, I got you. Have a good one, you too, Adex. Who shall we go say hi to? Do you know what? I've not raided Janice in a long while. People go say hi to Janice, the dancing man, the dancing janitor. Yeah, let's go say hi to Janice. One of the OGs. Appreciate you hanging out with me today. I'll be on tomorrow. Tomorrow will be probably a longer stream tomorrow. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out and all that. I hope you learned something today. And yeah. Oh, it's actually Janice's partner anniversary. I'm definitely reading Janice then. Look at that. Didn't even know. Make sure you say happy partner anniversary when you jump over, chat. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Later, nuts.